We are about to start. Let some participants to join. Okay, we will be starting in 1 or 2 minutes. I hope many of the students will join in a short while. The software quality, basically the FLOSS quality and other measures of the quality. The second will be on the security issues and other related issues that we see in FLOSS. Then the last one is on the hands-on session, basically on SnarCube, and we will also do some of the tasks for the web scraping. So it's going to be a very I hope that session will go good, and you learn something new from those sessions, and you use these sessions for implementing your research works and doing some other kinds of work that you require to do. So I will be starting now. I think most of the students have joined. So my screen is visible to you? My screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So the thing that we have to discuss is FOLS quality and the measures of the software quality. Now, let me give you the one very beautiful illustration that will clear the concept that we have to discuss in the whole lecture, basically. What do you mean by software quality, and what are the measures, why we are looking for the software quality, what are the various metrics, what are the various measures that are available to do to evaluate the performance of your software. Now, if you see this pic, okay, there are two images in this slide. Okay, what do you perceive from these two images? If we are talking about whatever the perception you are taking from these two pics, I have intentionally placed two pics in this slide. Okay, there is some illustration that I have to demonstrate, basically, that what is the purpose, what is the concept that we have to discuss. So what do you think? Please write anything. If you want to speak, you can speak. What do you see in these pics, basically? What is your perception about these pics? Yes, please write in the chat board if you are not comfortable in speaking. Okay, I'm waiting for your response. I need the responses to start. Yes, please type. What do you see in these pics? Okay, if these two are the pics I shown you, huh? So I have to start with the concept of software quality. What do you see in these two pics?
The quality in the second picture is much better than the first one. Okay,
really good. So what are you saying? Basically, the quality of the second picture. So first of all, let me tell you that these are the images of our department, basically the Maharana Ranjit Singh department, Bhavan. Basically, in this there are 3 to 4 departments we are having. So it's a beautiful picture, I think, to start with the session. So she was saying that the quality of the second picture is good. So how you are saying the quality of the second picture is good? What is your measure? How you are measuring that the quality? How you are perceiving that the quality of second picture is better than the first picture, or picture on the left is having a lower quality in comparison to the picture on the right side? How you are perceiving it? Just tell me. I'm waiting.
It's more understandable, more clear.
It is clear. Okay. So she was saying it is clear. That means she can easily visualize the things in it. So that means, so let me first tell you what do you mean by the quality, basically. So when you are about to measure the quality of something, now you always set some standard in your mind. And when you are going to test the quality of something, you always test it with respect to some standards or some other thing of similar kind. In this pic, both the pics are same. Both the pics are same. I just reduce the resolutions of the other picture so that its quality get reduced. So what is the main concept of the quality is, whenever you are going to measure, when you are going to see anything in this, there are some standards that you set in your mind. Somebody say, I like the, she was saying that it is more clear, but clarity is the perception, clarity is the measure that she was talking about. Other person may say, I don't like black and white color. Okay, so that is the concept. So there, that means the metric change. Okay, the measure on the basis of the standard on the basis of which the quality is going to be measured, it is changing. So it depends upon the use, it depends upon the standards that we are using, it depends upon the various other things. So I think the concept of the quality is being a bit clear to you, that whenever you are going to measure the quality of anything, that means you say that this thing is good, this thing is of very good quality. Suppose if you buy some bike, you always say this bike is good, my previous bike is not good. So if I ask how you are going to say that your bike is good and now your previous bike was not good, you will say my mileage is the bike is giving very good mileage, its color is beautiful. So there are different kinds of parameters that you tell, and you set certain standards. If that bike or the thing that you want to measure, it reach at that standard, then you are going to say it is of good quality. I think the concept is clear. Now let's come to the software part basically. Now whenever the software developers develop any software or testing or maintaining any software, they have certain dreams in their mind. The first dream is the software should be usable, it should be readable. Okay, whenever if you develop something that is not of use to anybody, I think it's not the purpose of developing the software for the individual persons. Basically, whenever you are talking about FLOSS specifically, we always look for certain kinds of open kind of collaborations from the society basically. So that is the basic concepts of FLOSS as kind of softwares. So if that dream is not going to be fulfilled, how you are going to say that the software is of that thing? No, it should be bug free, it should be reusable, reliable, scalable, flexible, secure, cost effective. So in general term, what we want to say is that each developer want their software is of high quality. I set certain standard. I say that if my software is having this much error, this much bugs in the software, I'm going to say it's of good quality. It's not feasible that the software is always bug free. Okay, 100% bugs. We always try to go for 100% bug detections, but it's not feasible to go and do the exhaustive kind of testing on the softwares, because there are many logical paths that are existing in the softwares when you go for different kinds of testings basically. So in these terms, so these are the basic dreams that when we develop the software, I want my software to be readable, so that the person will say this software is of very good quality. It should be having very less bugs in it. The cost effective. The cost is a very major concept. And the one more thing is security. One may say I will use that software, but its security is not good. I'm not going to use it. So what is the measure of that security? That means the software is vulnerable. You are thinking that the software is vulnerable. Whenever you are going to use that software, it might cause some problems to you. Okay, there are many other things that we have to discuss in this whole talk of the software quality. So every software developer has a dream to develop the high quality software. But what we see in the software development scenario, as the size increases, okay, as suppose I am developing one software, I put it online, I put it onto the GitHub, and I ask for the contributions from all the persons around. What the people do, they will go to they start participating, they start giving some contribution to my project. Okay, now as the contribution is there, because when you talk about the softwares, the evolution is always there. The changes are the part of the software. When you deploy the software, you always expect some kind of activities that you need to perform in the software. So the software is always in the phase of evolution. Basically, there are different phases of evolutions that we have to discuss out, that we have to look for also. So now when the people start contributing to your software, the size of the software always increase. Now as the size increase, the complexity is also going to increase. So the effort required for the software maintenance and other things is also going to increase. So moreover, when you deploy the software, now when you put the software online, or you put the software on some GitHub, and you put the repository of the software on the GitHub, and you are looking for the contributions from the around the world, from the different developers. The maintenance is always there. Whenever somebody some additions of the feature, because suppose if you are developed you have developed one software, and you are seeing that the software is lacking in that functionality. So that means the maintenance work is to be there. That maintenance work should be the addition of the newer functionality to your previous work, or the work that you have done. Or there might be some deletions, modifications of the features of the functionalities. So do you think if we don't manage the software, the quality will increase, the quality will decrease? Do you think so? Yes, definitely. The maintenance is the main part. So that's why we are having the concepts of version control system. What we do, we put the softwares on the repositories, we put the repositories on the GitHub, and we have some version control systems like Git to manage the working of the softwares to manage the various activities like addition, deletion, modification. There are different types of changes that are going to occur as the time passes, as the software goes for the development, and the things goes like this, and it will become manageable. It will become manageable only with the help of the version control systems. And moreover, the efforts are required also to manage the softwares in the right terms. So what do you think? Basically the software quality, that's all about the quality, the software quality, the basic concept. Then what is the developer? Why the developer want the software to be quality? What the dream developer has in his mind? But as the time passes, the things goes on to the other phases. So what is the software quality? Basically, it is the degree of conformance to explicit or implicit requirements. Okay, it is the degree of conformance to the explicit or implicit requirements and the expectations as per the defined standards. So basically, when we develop certain kind of software, we always have certain kinds of explicit or implicit requirements. Explicit requirements are the requirements that are known to us. We know that this might be the requirement. This might be the feature that is being required. There are some features that are known or not recorded at the time when we are deploying the software, when we are putting the software into the use. These are the implicit kind of requirements that are not clear at the time, that are not quoted at the time when we are developing the softwares. So whenever these things goes, whenever you develop certain kind of software and your software is up to the mark of those requirements like explicit and implicit requirements and reach that standard, then we are going to say the software is of high quality. Okay, so this is the basic concept and the detailed concepts of the basic software quality is what a software quality is. So when we talk about the software quality, now there is a developer perspective. The developer want to use an effective software process. Okay, how the software is going to be developed. The developer is always looking for the process that provide the infrastructure to build high quality software product. You know that when you deploy the software, there is going to be, you need some forum that in which if the number of persons the number of contributions are going to be there. If the infrastructure is not there to manage the different kinds of contributions, how the things will go. So the developer has always these things in the mind to build a high quality software product by providing certain kind of infrastructures that we have. And moreover, there are better management. They have the perspective of better management. Allow the developers to have an equal access. When you put the things on a GitHub or some other kinds of forums, then you see that there is an equal access to everyone, so that unless you make the repository as a private. So from the FLOSS and the implementation of for FLOSS, when we talk about this free LIBRE open source software, the implementation of its collaborative development process, we use the concept of repositories and deploy them, manage them using some version control systems. So this is the concept that that developer has in mind when he go for the development. He developed the software, he put that everything of that software into one repository and put it onto the some forum like GitHub, and with the help of these version control system, he's going to manage the software quality. Now the next is the user perspective. Why you are interested to have, unless why you are interested in a particular product, it depends upon the usability. Basically, the user need only a useful product and evaluate it on the basis of requirement. Unless the purpose or the need of that person is not satisfied, he's not going to say that product is of high quality. You develop any kind of product, but if user is not going to be satisfied, the purpose for which you are developing that software, that is not fulfilled, you are not going to say the software is of high quality. And as I told you earlier, there are requirements that are explicit and implicit requirements. That is the well-known or the well-documented requirements are called the explicit requirements, and implicit, like performance, usability, and availability, ease of use. Basically, these kind of requirements can't be quoted at the time when we are developing the software. So these things can be considered. Okay, so then there is one perspective, software quality perspective, from the software evolution. Okay, now first try to understand what is a software evolution. You have a one repository, you put it onto the GitHub, people start contributing to it. Now there is a contribution that you are getting onto your repositories. So whatever the changes, whatever the request that you are getting, you put that request as a commit into the repositories. So basically what it means, how you are going to say the software is evolving, the one way is, if there are some recent commits, if the commits is there, that means some development activity is going into the software. Until and unless the commits are not there, suppose you have seen some repository onto the GitHub, onto that repository there is no contribution from last 10 years. So do you going to say that software is evolving? No, it might be stagnant, or it might got obsolete. Okay, it may be got obsolete. It's not into the use right now. So you need to look for the evolution perspective also for evaluating the software quality. And the evolution is always can be evaluated by one of the perspective that if some development is going in the repository. So the maintenance cost should be low. If the evolution is going to be there, the maintenance is there. So the maintenance effort required by the developer to put that cost, to put that change into the software, it should be low. It should be easy to build. Changes should be well documented. That means there is a one part in the software when you put the repositories online, there is, you see certain kinds of documentation. This is one of the concept that that most of the proprietary softwares, basically the closed softwares, people will say that the open source softwares lack in the documentation part. It's not right. It's not exactly right. Basically, you can see the documentations now. The people are writing the documentations for the open source also. There is a very good, well documented open source available. The documentations might be in the form of README file and some other helpful documents that help you to know how the software is working. So you can't say that the closed softwares are not, the open source softwares are not as good in the terms of documentation. Yes, there are some exceptions. There are some exceptions also, but when you talk about the good kind of the open source software, you will see that these softwares are well documented, and moreover, the commit, the change that you are performing now, when the change you are performing in the Git, it's always all for that change. When you have certain code to be merged into the main repository, there is some commit messages that you always write, and commit messages consisting of two parts basically, that consist of the subtitle, the title, what the change that you have performed, and the body part, the detailed illustration, the detailed documentation of the work that you have done in the code that you have been merged into the main repository. So this is also one of the perspective for measuring the software quality. And moreover, the developer, when the software is evolving, suppose you have deployed one repository onto the GitHub, and people are contributing to your work. People are contributing to your work and to your repository. They want their work to be recognized. So if you don't have clarity in that concept, you don't recognize the work of the persons, then it's going to be a problem in the software quality. Also, it's going to affect the software quality. So the contribution, the recognition of the contributor is also one part that you need to look for the software quality. The next is, what are the dimensions of the software quality? It's as per the Draven says, the performance quality. That means does the software, whether your software deliver all the contents, all the functionalities that you have expected from it. Does the software has, if you look for the feature kind of quality, that does your software has all the features that you have expected? And there is another dimension. Somebody say, I want to look for the reliability factor. I want to look for the reliability factor when I am managing the software quality. He says in the reliability quality, you are going to check whether your software is reliable, whenever there is certain kinds of crash, there are certain kinds of problem in your software, whether your software is going to respond back. And there are many other kinds of like conformance, whether your software is up to the mark, to the local or the international standards that you have defined in your software quality profiles. So if you set certain kinds of profiles, I will be showing you that in the Sonar Cube. I will be demonstrating one of the work in the Sonar Cube. You will see that there are certain quality profiles that you specify to say that if the software is up to this mark, then I'm going to say it's of good quality. It passed the quality gate. Otherwise, if it does not pass that quality gate, we will say the software is of low quality, or there are some issues in the quality. And one very important dimension of this software quality is perception. Suppose, what is the meaning of perceptions? Basically, suppose you have developed one software. Software is being developed by one person who has a very bad reputation of developing a very wrong kind of softwares, and you have a bad experience with the previous software that is being developed by that person. So when you are going to when you are going to use a newer kind of software from that person or from that company, you will always have one perception in your mind that it's also going to be of poor quality. It's also going to be of low quality standards. So basically, the perception is also one dimension in the quality. It always resists you to use the softwares. Basically, we always set some perceptions, as in the case of the quality. She was saying the other picture was very clear. Okay, but that's his own perception. He has set certain standards into his mind that's why he's saying that the other picture is of good quality. But other may set some perception that I don't like. Suppose the person is colorblind, then for him both the pictures are of the same quality. Then your perception or your standard that you have set is of no use for him. So there are certain perceptions, there are certain kinds of standards that we have to look, and other ways also feasible that you have some repositories from the developer who is very new, and you have a full confidence that whatever he's going to develop, that is of very good quality. So these things can also be considered as the dimensions of the software quality. So apart from that, there are some factors that can affect the software quality. McCalb quality factors are there, and some ISO quality factors are there. But what this McCalb basically says that there is going to be some factors like reliability, efficiency, integrity, usability is there, testability, portability, and all these interoperability. So when you look for this, there are certain standards. This is one of the work that is being done. Yes, am I audible? So next is so you set certain kinds of quality standards on the basis of which you are going to measure the quality of the software. Now, before proceeding, there is one thing that you need to clear. There are three terms. One is called measurement, and other one is called metric. Okay. Now I will give you very basic demonstration for that. Suppose read the first line. You will see I want to measure the height of that person. So what do you want to do? You are going to measure something that is the height, that is the attribute of something. Suppose there is a height, where you want to do that. Okay, then what metric that you are going to use, but the method that you are going to use is a meter tape. You are going to use a meter tape, and the height is by using that meter tape, you measure the height of person, it's 5.7. So in the similar scenario, what this measurement and metrics comes in the case of software and the software engineering, basically, the measures are the amount or the size of the attribute, basically. The number, for example, the number of errors uncovered in a single component of a software. The measurement, the action or the act to determine the measure. Suppose you want to measure the size, you want to measure the height of person. The act by which you are going to measure the height of that person is called the measurement. The number of component reviews and the unit tests are the investigates to collect the measure of number of errors of each. Similarly, there is metric of the degree to which the system possesses a given attribute. So it is a quantifiable kind of thing that you say the average number of error found. You use that as a metric. So there is a concept like measurement and metric. So most of the people got confused with measures and the measurement. Measures are the size or the quantity, that amount of the thing that is existing. And metric is the other thing. It is the quantifiable thing, the degree of that measure. Basically, the degree of that measure. And measurement is the action or the act of determining those measures. So it's going to be very confusing in some of the cases. Now how we can measure the quality of FOLS? Okay, the first thing is mining of the software repositories. Now, when you talk about the software repositories, suppose you have some repositories on the GitHub, and what do you do? Or you have your own repository at your own local machine. How you are going to evaluate? How you are going to evaluate the performance? How you are going to say what are the metrics that you have you can evaluate from those repositories? And some there might apart from those mining of software repository, you can look for the metrics like you have a code, commit log, developer dynamics, other documentations like README files, bug errors, issue raise. So you can use all these things to evaluate the measure or the quality of the FOLS. The discussion forums are there, the mailing list is there, some issue tracking systems are there, like Bugzilla is there. You can see that if some repository has a maximum kind of bugs being detected in it, that means the evolution is there. But the frequency of the errors that are occurring, that means you fix one, the number of errors occur, that means it's not mature yet. It is into the evolving phase. It is not yet up to that mark that you can say it's of good quality. So you need to look for that, all those things. So these are basically the measures of the software quality for FOLS. Now, there are certain metrics from the source code. Now, when you talk about the source code, so there are some metrics that you need to look for. So the first one is size. You know that the size, the number of NOC, that is the line of code that you have, the number of features you have, the number of functionalities you have in your software. That is the measure of the source code. This is one of the metric for the source code. From these size metric, you can also calculate the complexity. One very good example of this complexity metrics is a Halstead complexity measures. You use the size, you use the different features, you use those things that are in the code and find the complexity from those things. Then there is something called coupling, measures of the degree of interdependence between the modules, and cohesion is the indication of relationship within the module. So when you say that the source code is there, you are going to evaluate you are going to take some metrics from it, like you are evaluated, you have taken out the size, you have taken out the complexity, you have measured the coupling, you have measured the cohesion. What is the purpose of doing all these, evaluating all these metrics? You want to see, you have certain objective in your mind, you set some standard in your mind that if my code is of that quality, if you set some standards while the development, that if my code is of that quality, then only I'm going to say the software is of high quality. For software, for quality software, the high cohesions and the low coupling is required. I think these things are very common in the domain of software engineering and the software development, basically. So we always look for the software modules, for the software in which the cohesion is going to be high and the coupling is going to be low. The coupling is basically the interdependence among the modules. So one module is dependent upon the another module. As this dependency is going to be increased, the complexity is going to be increased, some other efforts are required to manage all those things. So that is the part that can also reduce the quality of your software. So one part for measuring the software quality is by using the metrics of code. By evaluating the source code, you can measure what is the quality, what the quality that you are looking for, how you are going to say that this software is of good quality. Similarly, there is one more metric, that's inheritance. This is specifically for the object-oriented kind of code. If you have the less complex inheritance hierarchies, it is easier to understand and maintain. So whatever, if there are a lot of hierarchies in the that you have built in the object-oriented code, the more it is going to be difficult to manage the source code. So you have to look for all these metrics. These are the few metrics that I have shown, and there are some standard. There are many other metrics that you can look for. Now, one demonstration that I can give you is, let me show you that part. Come to this. Open Eclipse. Okay, what do you have to do? Open Eclipse, create any Java program in it. Okay, then I'm going to install one plugin, O3S Measure. Okay, so how to do that? You need to click on the help menu, Eclipse Marketplace, log in for plugin, look for plugin, and install it basically. Okay, then let me open that first. It's opening. Okay, so the one way of measuring the software quality is by mining the repositories. You have the code with you, you have the code in the repositories. So if you have the code, you can evaluate the metrics from the code. There are different other metrics also available. You can look for all those metrics, like KD metrics is there, CK metrics is there, mood metrics is there, and more advanced metrics are available. You can look and you can use those metrics to evaluate the things onto it. Now, so what to do, basically, go to help, okay, go to Eclipse Market. From that, look for that plugin. Look for that plugin, O3S Measure. Let it be open. You can look for it, O3S Measure. You can search. If it's available, you will get it. I have already installed it on my system. Okay, so you can click on the install and install it. After you are done with the installation, okay, you need to go to the this thing, show view. Then from show view, go to other. Then select these kind of views. Open it. I have already opened all these windows here. Okay. Now, suppose this is my Java program. This is my one Java project in which I have two codes available. One is addition of two numbers. One is some basic illustration how to just displaying some message. Now, if I want to calculate the various code metrics from it, now how can I do that? Okay, you need to go and click on to the folder in which the Java project that you have, different files of Java it has. You need to right click on it, go to O3 Measure, then analyze Java project. Okay, there are 26 metrics that this O3S Measure plugin can give. Okay, you can see. Okay, it is also giving you the certain kind of graphical representations for the work that you are having. This is fan out, lack of cohesion. There are total of 26 metrics that it can look. Whatever the things that can be evaluated, can evaluate for you. So this is, so by using all these metrics. So if somebody want that, I have some Java project in my, I want to evaluate the repositories of some of the Java project, you can use it. Now it's very easy to import these metrics. Suppose in one Java project there are thousands and thousands of the Java files. Okay, so you just installing all these files opening that files into the Eclipse, and then you have to install one O3S Measure as a plugin. There are many other metrics that can be available. You can easily export this either into the CSV file or either any other XML file. It's very easy. It's not like that that you have to wait and you have to do some kind of scrapping to take the things out of it, because the major problem with many of the tool is output they are generating. It's not you are not able to export those output to the forum to some usable form, because you need to manipulate those things. So you can use these metrics in your research work also. Okay, so on the basis, if you set certain standard that my quality is this, I set the standard of quality is this, then I'm going to say it's of good quality. You need certain metrics, you need certain measures, okay, to evaluate that software quality. So this is one method that you can use to evaluate those source code, kind of evaluating the metrics from the source code. I hope this thing will motivate you to look for other horizons that are available in the domain of the programming. You can also code it by your own, like if you are more concerned. Moreover, if you want to have some newer metric, okay, you can also do that you are not satisfied. You are not satisfied only one set of metric. You want to have the metric from one person and some other metric from some other research paper. You can combine it. You can evaluate all those things. So these things, the basic problem that we see with the research work the persons are doing, they don't have the data. Okay, they don't know how to get the data out of it, how to generate the data out of it. What are the metrics? If you are doing the PhD in the software engineering, you know that to get the data is a challenging task, that you need certain software evaluation tools to do that. So this is the one way that you can go and look for and explore the things into it. I think it will help you in certain ways to evaluate the things. So this is the basic thing. What I have done, open the Eclipse. Then what I have done, then load some Java program to it. The Java program that I have loaded just having the 2 Java files. If it having 1000 files, then you can see the intensity of work that is going to be done by this simple right click, and you can see that this thing can be useful for you people when you are going to evaluate the performance, evaluate the things in terms of software quality, and to do the things in that manner. So there are certain sets of metrics that are available. There are certain set of metrics that are available for the software quality, like Chitambram Cameron matrix. You can use that. There are some CK metrics are also available, like weighted method per class, depth of inheritance, number of children, coupling between. All these are the metrics that are going to be evaluated from the source code that you are having at your place. There are some other metrics like matrix or L&D metric. You can use the set of all those metrics if you want to evaluate the performance, if you want to evaluate the source code for the evaluation purpose. Now after that, there comes some more metrics from the Git. Okay, I hope you are very comfortable with the Git and the GitHub, because you have already many of the lectures on the Git and the GitHub. So basically, it's a version control systems, and if you are having version control systems in your system, it's very easy to manage the development that you are doing. And whatever the thing we do in this, we have one folder. We have everything in a one Git repository. We make one project as a Git repository. There are different numbers of metrics that you can take out of that Git. So that is the thing that I'm going to show you now. And the next thing, that is how to take out the metrics from the Git and the Git repository, basically. Okay, so these are the different metrics in the repository. I told you repository, you have the commits, you have the author, you have the different number of files and the line added, line changed, the most active author, tags, branches. All these things are existing in your repository. How to take these data out, how to store this data so that you can use in your purpose. You can use it into your work. So let me show you that thing, how the Git will work in that case. Just wait. Okay. For that, you need to download first. You need to download the Git. Okay, if the thing I'm going to show you how the things will go, you need to download Git. Download Git for Windows. Download Git for Windows. Download Git for Windows. Okay, you click onto it, you will see things. Okay, you can download either a 32-bit Git for the Windows setup or 64-bit. I have already installed the Git on my system. Okay, so after that, what you can do, there is one option called Git Bash. Okay, there is one option called Git Bash. I hope the things will be clear to you. Okay, this is a command-based tool. Okay, I want you to write certain commands also, because if you are having the repositories post, let me show you that, because you already have one session on GitHub. No, wait. GitHub. Okay. Open it. Look for any of the repository first. Okay, let it open. Okay, search for any of the repository. Suppose I'm looking for GNDU cache. Okay, this is one software, open source software. Click onto it. And look for the URL. Okay, there are two ways to clone this repository onto your system. I want the full repository onto my system. For that, I'm going to show you the demonstration with the help of GitHub. The command that you have to write is, you have to write git clone and a full URL. Okay, press enter. Your this repository will be cloned onto your system. Now you have a full access to the repository. I have already installed it. Okay, let me show you that. So this is the GNDU repository. The two things I'm going to show you. Okay, the first is with the help of git bash. Click on git bash. Let me show you the first another tool called tortoise git. Okay, see this. This is a graphical kind of representation for your repository. Now, what this will show all the messages, all the files. This is basically the graphical view of your repository. Basically, that means some commit is being done by this Christopher Lamb onto this date, and this was the message. This was the commit message. This particular message show what the work he has done. You can see this. You can see this. Okay, what the work this person has done, which file he has changed. Okay, this is the file, and what the thing he has done, he has modified it, added 4 lines, removed 4 lines from that. So there are different things. These all are the commits. Okay, you have one repository, you put that repository onto the GitHub, you expect the persons to participate or to contribute into your work. So for that, when the people see your work, see your repository, see your work, they always raise some issues and send the request, send pull request for that work. When you see that work that he is saying is right, you merge that work into the repository. So this work is being done by the different persons. You can see. So this is the repository that we have. In this tortoise git tool, there are a number of metrics it is generating. The number of years. Okay, the software is from 25 years. The total number of authors in it, 359. The total number of commits that it analyzed, 298. You can also calculate the total number of file change, total lines it did. All these things will be evaluated by just a click of this thing. So it's going to be a very good visualizations of your repositories. Okay, you can do that. Okay, I hope it's going to take time. I'm not going to run it. Okay, and the most active author, the most least active author. So you are going to have the different metrics with you. Okay, if the software quality is going to be there, how you are going to evaluate the software quality, it depends on some standards. For those standards, you need to have some measures and the metrics for the evaluations. So this is the one way that you can evaluate. The one way I have demonstrated is from the code metrics, that the software code, you have certain set of metrics, you can evaluate it. The another way is from the repository itself. Now, let's go and see how the git bash will work. Okay, let's see this. The first command that I'm going to run is, suppose, git log. Okay, I want all the results to be in one file. Okay, to be in one file. Suppose whatever the log, what this command will basically do, it will show you all the complete change log. Basically, it will show you all the record. You just click onto it. Now see the result. See the result. See the result. See this. Oh. This is the file that we have created. You can see what the information we are now having. This is the commit. This is the unique number of that commit. It was done by this author, date, along with some commit message. If you see there are some messages, there are some This is basically the simple log of the Git repository. What the work is being done in the particular commit. You can look, you can have a look onto it. You can work onto it. You can see what the things are being there, what the repository is all about. You can use these files to evaluate the certain kinds of metrics, like the number of commits that are being done, the number of authors that are contributing, the number of other features like the lines added, the lines deleted. You can do all those things with that. The next command that I'm going to show, we see this git log. I want to evaluate certain stat. There is one command with a log, one feature that with the log is a stat command. You use it. Suppose I want to store it in exe. Okay, see this. It will automatically evaluate all the stats from the repository. Okay, once it is being done, it will show you the result. Let me see this, because the repository size is large. It might take some time to evaluate. Okay. See this. In this, I have made one repository commit stat. I'm opening it. I'm not going for all the evaluation. Now you see this. Along with the commit detail, it is also showing some stats. One file is changed, 26 insertion, 27 deletion. Okay, so what this thing indicates? So I was telling you that whenever you are making some kind of commit into your repository, that shows some activity is being done. Okay, what kind of activity it is? It might be addition of new work. It might be a deletion of some work. It might be some other thing. You can have all these informations available from the repository. So somebody may ask, sir, what is the purpose of doing all these things? You want to have some metrics. You want to, if you want to evaluate the quality, you want to do certain kinds of research into it. You can do that. You need to have these things. Well, if this is just a simple text file, okay. If you can also write the programs. The shell programs are there. But if you have a text file, you know some of the basic programming language. You know how to do the file processing. You can take the data from this file itself. It's very easy. Okay, the most of the problem that we are seeing with the people working in the domain of this, this particular software in the FLOSS, the data is not available. It's not like that you download the images from the websites. If somebody is putting the work, you can also the other way of doing the research is you can generate the data by your own. So this is one of the things that you can look for. Moreover, being a software developer, you want to know what is in your repository, how the things are going. You can evaluate all those things with these kinds of commands. Now, one more work that I'm going to show you is, suppose there is one thing called commit short log. When you click onto it, it will show you the smaller logs. So this was a person, Aditika K. She has done only one commit. That is translation of all these things. So basically, the name of the authors along with the commits that they have done. There is one person who has done 20 commits. So similarly, you can see all these things. You want to, because there is a one domain in the working of this FLOSS to evaluate the dynamics of the developer. Many of the researchers are working onto it. How the developers are working. Moreover, there is a one domain called sentiment analysis. And using those emotion analysis on the work that is being committed. What is the emotion? What is the sentiment analysis? So these all things can help you. You have your data at your side. You can evaluate it. You can use it for the purpose of your research. Okay. Many times I have these kind of queries from many of the persons. Sir, I'm not able to get these kind of data. I'm not able to get the data appropriately. How I can do that? How I can mine the repository? There are many advanced tools that are available in which you don't have to do this complex task of that we are doing with the Git bash. But Git bash is one of the basic tools that are available for mining the Git repository. There are many advanced tools that are also available that can also give you the visualizations. So this is the one way of looking at the things. Okay, so there are some other commands that you can also do. I'm not going to cover all those. Okay, these all are the commands that you can look for, just generating the data from your work that you have to perform. Okay, then after that, there is another way of taking the metrics. Okay, the one way is to taking the metrics from the GitHub. Now, I think you have already seen that yesterday. If you see this metric, if you see this repository of the GNU Gov on GNU Cache, you can see there are some metrics that are already available onto this page. Okay, for example, this repository has 23 branches, 22 tags, number of commits it is having, and some other metrics that you can also explore into it. Okay, there are some insights that you can look for, the number of pulls, pull requests, the number of issues you have. So there are a lot of metrics that are available onto the Git repository itself. Okay, and moreover, the commit messages. Okay, the messages itself are available onto the repository. The work that is being done into it, you can go and extract the data from the GitHub itself straight away. The one way of doing is you can have a web scraping. Okay, so I have one demonstration of web scraping in the tutorial also. I will show you how to scrap the data from the website, but it is only for the educational purpose. I don't have any intention to scrap something that is not legal. So don't take it otherwise. So there is a certain kind of data that is being available. Okay, so after that, you can have one very good domain that most of the people are working. I have one work on if you have the repositories, in those repositories you have the README files. Okay, in those repositories you have the README files. Now, whether those README files has anything to do with the quality of the software, if we are going to say the number of the contributors are more, is there any relation between the README files? I want to find out that, okay, if somebody has the objective that if this software has a README file that is well documented, it is also going to have a very large number of contributors. Okay, so this is also a kind of research that is being feasible from this work. Until and unless you are not exploring all these things, okay, it is going to be very difficult for you to grasp the things in the right manner. Then you can also have this metrics. You can have the other metrics from the mailing list, the customer reviews, the discussion content. Now, what is the meaning of customer reviews? Suppose if you are going to buy some product, for example, you are going to buy the product from Flipkart. Suppose you want to buy a LED. Okay, so which LED to buy? Okay, the one way is you always go and look for the customer reviews. Now, whenever you are going to download certain kinds of softwares from the websites, okay, certain hosting websites like SourceForge.net, you have the availability of the customer reviews there. Okay, now whether these customer reviews has any connection to the work that is being to the quality of that software. Okay, I have one work onto this. I have evaluated the customer reviews and try to work onto those reviews by using some emotional analysis onto it and finding whether there is any kind of relation among the customer reviews and the quality of software. The idea is very simple, but things are available, but the people are not aware how to take the things out of it. So that's why I just want that something should be taken from these things. That's why I'm telling you this. So you open SourceForge.net, okay? You open SourceForge.net. Let me show you that also. SourceForge. Okay. You open it, you see any of the software. In some of the softwares, you are going to see reviews. This project does not allow review to be posted. I've opened a project that does not allow you to have a review. Let's open a new one. Okay. Suppose I have Apache OpenOffice. Now see, onto this very website, there is also different metrics that are available, like number of reviews, number of stars, number of downloads. Okay. Don't you think These metrics can help you to do the work that you are looking for. If you have an objective, to measure the popularity, so I will say the popularity of a software also indicate the software is of high quality. So if I take this kind of objective, what are the metrics I have to take to prove my research? Okay, for those work, these metrics are very helpful. I also have a one work onto that. Okay, so these are the metrics. You can see the number of reviews, 302 reviews available. You don't have to look from anywhere. The data is available online. Okay, why are you worrying? So you can see there are a number of metrics available. The user rating is there, the user reviews. You click onto it, these are the user reviews. What the people feel about this software. Don't you think that the popularity of the software is also one of the measure of the software quality? Why not? If a software is of high quality, the review should be onto the positive side. Okay, you can also measure the quality from these perspectives. So my concern about telling all these things, how you are going to proceed with the work of getting the things onto the right direction. Okay, until unless you have a larger objective of software quality, what other things you did, what other dimensions you are going to have to prove that software is going to be of high quality. Okay, so this thing can also help you in that case. So these are the metrics. Now, how to take these metrics? You can do, if the website allow you to do the web scraping, you can go and do the web scraping. There are tools available like Selenium web drivers. There are libraries available in the Python that we have to look for in the tutorial. Okay, there is a beautiful soup library. There is Selenium is there, Pandas is there. Now, what is the use of all these libraries in the scraping of the data? So we will be looking that forward into the tutorials. Okay, so let me come to this. Similarly, there are some mailing list also. You get subscribed to some of the projects. You always get some kind of, you subscribe to the repository, you subscribe to the software, you always get some kind of mailing list. That mailing list can also act as a data for you. You can generate the metrics from it. Okay, there is some discussion content. There are some forums available on which the discussions are going. You can use those data. You can see this. The people, you can see from the Google Scholar or from the internet that many of the peoples are working onto it. You can also do the work onto it, because the one thing that resists you to do is the data is not available. You have to generate the data. Every time the data is not going to be available. I have generated the data. I may put it online. It depends upon my work. If I feel that it's comfortable to share the data, I can share. But it depends upon the work I am doing. So you can also generate, in other case, then you can also generate the data from the internet. So this customer reviews, I have given a very good example for it. Whether the customer reviews are the measure of software quality or the software popularity, can you prove that? What are the metrics you need? You take certain metrics of quality, you take certain metrics of popularity, you have the reviews, 3 domains. Basically, if you are talking about the customer reviews, popularity, and the quality, 3 things you having. Take the set of 3 metrics, set of 3 different metrics for quality, for popularity, and for the customer reviews that you are having. What the work you are going to prove, you can do that with the help of generating the data from it. And this is the sum of the work that we have done in this, by using all these things and evaluating the work of all these metrics and the things that can show. I hope you got something out of this. Okay, let me conclude first. In this, my concern was to discuss on the quality and to introduce you people to the concept of software metrics and what are the various things that you can, what are the various ways by which you can generate these kind of metrics. Okay, so that was my main objective. I have shown you can download, you can generate the data from the code itself. You can generate the data from the repositories, that is metrics basically. You can have the data from the metrics. You can have the data from the open forums that are available. So it's going to be a very helpful for the. It's going to be very helpful for you people while you are doing the research. Okay, now the house is open for the discussion. If you have any question to ask, you can ask. Okay, then I think it's all for this session. We will be meeting exactly after 10 minutes. We take a break, and it's 1 o'clock, and I will be starting the session at 1:10. Okay, next session is also going to be very interesting on security measures. I'm going to discuss on the security measures and what are the things that we have to look for. Okay, thank you. I think the maximum of the students have joined. Okay, welcome back, participants. The next topic of the discussion is the free LIBRE open source software security and other issues. Okay, it is one of the major concepts, one of the major topic to discuss when you talk about FOLS, because this thing is always being discussed, that open source softwares are not secure as a closed software. Now, how you can ensure that open source software can be secure? What are the kind of security threats that we are having in open source? I will be discussing on all those things. Now, before going to all those kind of FOLS kind of security issues and discussing on to that, I want to have your attention on this concept. What is the concept of security? Okay. Now, what do you see in this picture? Okay, I want the views from your side. What do you see in this picture? Either you can speak or you can type the comment in your in the chat window also. If you see this, there is one building. Okay, I'm just showing the gate of that building. In that you have one door, and you can see the door very good. Now, what do you see in this? What is your perception from this? That will clear the concept. That will help me to understand what you have the perception about the security. If think in the terms of security. Okay, I'm waiting for your response in the chat window. I hope you will write something. I hope you will write something. You see this? Okay, this is the picture. Okay, in this, what you perceive? Okay, let me do that task by myself then. If you see this picture, there is one building having some gate, having some door, and in this door, it's a beautiful decorated door. But from being onto the side of analyzing the things, if I see here, I see a black hole. I see this door was, the purpose of having a door is that I want to secure my house from the entry of whom? I don't want the vendors, I don't want the persons that don't belong to, without my consent, no one can enter inside or no one can do the things that I don't require. I want to resist the people from doing those things. Or I have something, I want to get it secure, so I put something as a door. But I see a black hole, very small window. What the people can do, the people can enter through this. But what the people can do, they can put their hand into it and open the door. And there are many possibilities that are existing. So this is a concept that I am taking. I want to discuss on to that if you talk about the software securities now, if you have the software with you, basically the software security is the method implemented to protect software against malicious attack. If you have a software with you, you have a software repository with you, you have a software and developing repository for that software, and you want the code is to be online, you don't want to hide. Okay, what is the main purpose, what is the main objective, what is the main theme of this FOLS kind of collaborative kind of development is everything should be open. The person should have an access to the code and every development activities that is going on to for that software in that repository. So that is the way. There are two ways to implement those kind of securities. One is called security by abstraction. One is called security by encryption or some other techniques. Okay, security by abstraction means you say the things are not existing, you are hiding the things from the people. So this is not comes into the domain of the open source of the FOLS kind of collaborative kind of development. So the second way is you put certain kinds of methods into it. You identify certain kinds of black holes that are existing onto your system. You want to take all those considerations that can affect your software from the attacks. What kind of attack? It should be a malicious attack, and make software and to make software function correctly. You want to protect your software from those kind of attacks, and with the objective that your functionality should not be affected by any of the conditions, any of the things that you are doing into it, or even the intruder can do the things into it. So that is the basic concept of software security. I think you have understood this thing, huh? So next, what is the objective of the software security? Okay, I want my software to be robust. Okay, what is the meaning of robust? What is the meaning of robust software? That the software should have ability to resist, ability to tolerate, and to recover from extreme conditions. You put the software into extreme conditions, with extreme conditions where the attacks can be feasible. Okay, where you see the intruders can participate, intruders can have access to your software. You want your software to be like that it can resist the persons from entering. It should be into the more tolerant kind of the thing. It should be into the form of recovering. When you have these things, and moreover, one very good objective of the software security is having a high quality. If the software is of high quality, you have implemented all the concepts into it, all the concepts of security, implementing the security into it. It should be of high quality. There is a no question onto the quality of the security. Because one of the measure for the software quality is the security. If you have the higher security, it might indicate the software is of higher quality. Because if the software is of higher security and the higher security, higher quality, you will be expecting more contributors. You will be expecting more users for it. You will be expecting more things, more development activities that are going to be into that repository for that particular software. And moreover, the software should be defect free. There should not be any bugs. There should not be any errors that you are having in a software. I think this should be the main objective from that I'm looking for this in this presentation. Basically, the software should be more robust, having high quality, defect free. I hope the things will go in the right manner, and you try to correlate these things with the things that I have to discuss. Okay, so next, what can we do for this? Okay, what can I do? If I have a software, suppose I have that window, I have that door for my house. There is a one small hole in the side, on the right side of that thing. What can I do? What can I do? How can I identify that there is a hole? I do certain kind of testing. I do certain kind of checking to it, whether there is existing any kind of flaw in my code. Okay, so the purpose of doing this is you need to test your code. Basically, if you're talking about the software itself, there is a code. The code should be flawless. There should not be any vulnerability. There should not be, I'm taking the term vulnerability. Please note that we have a full talk on that. We have a full topic on that to discuss. Okay, there should not be any vulnerability in the code. There should not be any, the technical debt should be less. There should be code smells, but the code smells, what kind of code smells should be there. You need to look for those things. So for that purpose, if I have something in my place, I have a software repository, how I'm going to ensure that it is secure? The only purpose is you go for testing. So the software testing is the major part that we have to look for. One of the major part that we have to discuss in this concept of software security. So software testing is a process of evaluating and validating the behavior, characteristics, or the functionality of the software with respect to the specified requirement. Now note this, that there is one thing called specified requirement. How you're going to evaluate the performance? It should be on the basis of the requirements that you are having. You are going to evaluate the characteristics. You are going to evaluate the functionality of the software. It should be feasible only if you have certain requirements. On the specified requirements, you are going to test whether the software is up to that mark that you having that you set for it. On the basis of those software testing things that you can evaluate, you can validate those behavior and onto that specific requirements. So this is the basic concepts of what the software testing is. Now, what is the process of software testing? I think you are comfortable with it. The developer do some task. Now, while he's doing that task, he has to test it. Okay. Now, I have written tester. Okay, tester might be a developer itself. If they are working in a team, there might be some specified testers that is involved in that, and that have to do that task. Now, if that developer itself is a tester, then no issue. Okay, he do the task. We use certain kind of testing technique like static test analysis, dynamic test analysis that we have to discuss in this lecture. Static test analysis, dynamic test analysis. Then he do the testing and evaluate what is there any error existing. If there is any error existing, he send the code and he work onto that code. And if other way is there that no code, no error, and no error is found, then he can deploy. He can proceed with the development and put the things into the software, or if you're talking about the software repositories now, if you have the repositories, now Now this is about the software process. Now if we are talking about the software FOLS repositories, you have a one software, you have the repository for that software onto the GitHub. Okay, now people are participating, people are contributing to your repository. Now one of the contributors identified there are some issue existing. Now he raised that issue. Okay, he raised that issue and sent some pull request that this is an issue, please fix that issue. Okay, and moreover, along with that raising the issue, he's sending you the pull request. That means he's sending the work to fix that error. Okay, now the tester, what the developer, the original developer will do, he look for the pull request, he analyze that pull request. Then if the pull request is up to that mark, he's going to merge that pull, he's going to merge that work into the original work. So this is the testing phase that we can look for into the software repositories itself also. And moreover, whenever you are going to merge the things into the software, you have to evaluate. You have to evaluate whether there is any effect that merging of that thing into the original repository is going to have. It's not going to be making your software more vulnerable. If you have to add some, he raised an issue, contributor raised an issue, and he said there is a flaw in your text, it's a flaw in your software. You agreed with it, he sent you the code, you merged it. While you are merging the text, while you are merging the work into it, you found while merging it, the more flaws are going to be generated. Now how to test it? Okay, for that I'm going to demonstrate one of the static code analysis tool that's called SnarCube, and also having a hand-on session for that into the next tutorial. So this is the beauty, this is the work that you can see in the domain of the software testing. Now don't take that as simple that you see in this thing that develop it, test it, and deploy it. No, when we talk about those things, there are many other tools that are existing. There's somebody may be doing the static analysis. That means the code at their side, they're doing it, they're evaluating it, and they are performing the task that is the testing of the things to find out the errors that are existing. Now while those errors are there, there might be, when you put the pull request into it, there might be certain other issues. There might be some their code smells generated. Okay, the test coverage should be decreased. The quality barriers, the quality gates are not your software. While you have merged that error, while you fix that error, your quality standards start decreasing. So you need to look for all those things when you're talking about the process of testing in terms of FOLS. Okay, so why testing? What is the significance of testing? I have already explained. To develop a product of high quality, you want the product should be of high quality and to have a safe and a secure software. This is one of the measures. This is one of the significance that we have for the testing itself. Now satisfying the customer needs. Okay, you are developing some software, you have certain purpose, you have certain need to develop it. You might want to solve something. You want to develop it for some customers. You look for the public domain. There is going to be, because the software development is always for some, if you have one software, it's always some application oriented. There is some application, either there is going to be some application for that software, unless the software is not having any application or it is not for any use. You can't say that I think none of the software is going to be made in that way. For example, if I ask you to write a program to add two numbers, so what is the basic purpose I'm asking for? The purpose is I want some code that should automatically calculate the addition of two numbers. Okay, if I'm saying adding two numbers, then addition of two numbers. So with these considerations, you need to check. This is a significance that the software, I ask for the addition of two numbers. The kind of software is addition of two numbers. What you make is the subtraction of two numbers. Okay, so it's not satisfying the customer needs. The purpose was this, right? You are making something for else. It might have certain other customer. It might have certain other set of domain for which that is useful. You need to look for it. You need to have a. You need to put that things into the mind while you are making the software and testing it for all the flaws in that software. Now, one of the main significance of testing is why we do this testing is it will decrease the maintenance cost. Because when we are talking about the software evolution, as I already told you, that in the software, when you deploy it, when you put the repository online onto the GitHub, there is always contribution onto it. Okay, so when the contribution is going to be there, what is the cost of maintenance? What kind of activities? If your code is not manageable, the work that you are doing, that the things that you have to manage, it's going to be out of control for you people. So then it's going to affect the quality. That's going to also affect the other. It's also going to raise certain other kind of issues that can affect the quality or the security itself. So we have the testing as itself has a many kind of significance that you can look and you can have the things onto that part. Then after that, there are basic types of classifications that what are the software testing classifications. The first is the types of testing we can do: manual testing, automated testing. If you have a code, you evaluated the code manually and you do the things manually, it's going to be a tedious task. So another way is to doing the thing is you can automate the thing. You can have the test scripts. You can have some kind of softwares that can automatically evaluate or the test your software and the repositories. Okay, then there is something called methods of testing. Okay, in the next slides I'm going to discuss onto it. What is static testing, what is dynamic testing, what do you mean by static code analysis, what is the meaning of dynamic code analysis. Okay, so the approaches of testing, there might be some black box testing, white box testing, or some hybrid kind of testing. Now when you talk about black box testings, you have a software with you are not concerned about what is the internal structure of the code itself. You are concerned about only the if you have certain modules in that software, you are concerned about what is the functionality that software is giving, what is the functionality that module is giving. You're not concerned about the internal structure of that software itself. Then it's a kind of black box testing. When you have another concept that is called white box testing, and that it's also called glass box testing, structural testing. So in this what is the main objective of doing the things that you want to test inside of the code, inside of the module. Sorry, you have to test for the inside of the module. What are the basic paths that are existing? What are the various control structures that you are having? What are the various independent paths? What are the different types of test cases that you have to design for that? What is the type cyclomatic complexity for it? You are going to evaluate it all on the basis of by having the white box testing. Even the hybrid kind of approaches are also feasible in which you have some concepts as a black box and other as a white box. Now the other thing that we have to discuss is the levels of testing. Okay, there are something called unit testing, integration testing. You testing the modules as an individual unit, then that's called a unit testing. Then when you integrate those modules, that is integration testing. That's taking the system as a whole and putting those things into the system itself, and that's called a system testing. Now the next thing is static testing. Okay, this is the major thing. Okay, because the one thing that is written static code analysis tool. I will have one demonstration on static code analysis tool, what it means. Okay, because what is the static testing? Basically, it is a debugging method. Okay, what the people will do, they examine the source code before the code is made to run. That means you are having the source code at your side, and before running it, you are testing it by using certain kind of tools. Those tools are called the static code analysis tools. Okay, in general, testing codes for possible error without executing it. Okay, there is another form of testing that's called dynamic testing. The testing performed during the execution of code. You see the developer develop the code and put it for the testing. If no errors are found, it will develop it. If you talk about the FLOSS, if no errors are found in the pull request, they will deploy it. Okay, but if any errors are existing, they send back, or either they discard the pull request. Okay, that your work is not acceptable, or they may send you certain comments that please update it. It's not going to be serve the purpose, the issues that you have raised, or the issue that is being raised by someone else. So that is the case of dynamic testing. But in this presentation, I'm just giving one demonstration on static code analysis. Now, what is the purpose of static code analysis? Okay, why we are going for static code analysis? It's an early detection of error. You having the code before running it, before executing it, before compiling, before executing it, you are going to detect the errors from it. And moreover, you are putting certain kinds of quality standards. You're enforcing certain kinds of quality standards. If your codes are up to that mark, you're going to say it's a flawless. Okay. Some tools can be integrated, with automation servers like Jenkins for the building, developing, and automating any projects. I have one. I have the concept in SonarQube integration with Jenkins. How you are going to basically SonarQube is also a static code analyzer. Okay. So we are going to have a full hand-on session onto it. How to configure it, how to configure Jenkins, and how to integrate that SonarQube with Jenkins and SonarQube, Jenkins, and GitHub. Okay, so it's going to be a very very hard. Okay, also if you are not going to put full kind of attentions to that work that we have to discuss in the upcoming lecture. So after that, helps in creating the project specific rules, finding the other coding issues like technical debt, code smells, and vulnerabilities. So static code analysis tools, like I have told you that there is one tool called SnarQ. Okay, what it does, it also it look for what is technical debt, what is code smell, what is the vulnerability. Now, what all are these? This is the topic to discuss in this presentation. Okay, what vulnerability? What is the vulnerability? What are the various types of vulnerabilities? Either it's going to be static code vulnerability, dynamic code vulnerabilities. What are the various tools available for static code vulnerabilities? What are the technical debts? Okay, then what is the code smell? Okay, and what are the tools available for each and every of these things? And for your information, the SnarQ that we have to discuss, it can evaluate all these things. Okay, so please don't miss the hand-on session on SnarQ. It will help you in many ways in terms of analyzing the code for the security flaws and for the quality standards also. Okay, so what is the vulnerability? Basically, the software vulnerability. If I talk about the software vulnerability, is a weakness or the security flaws in the code, which may result in making your product open, weak, or vulnerable to the attackers for unauthorized access. Basically, it is a flaw in your software. If you remember that concept I have shown you, there is one big house. The house is not visible at that time, but we have a door. Main door, main gate. We are having a main gate. There is small vulnerability. I see a vulnerability as a hole in that gate. It might act, it might allow the persons to enter. So what is that? That is a security flaw. Okay, that is the weakness of that part. It would be better if they put some kind of thing that when you unlock from inside, then only that window is going to be open. Otherwise, you can also lock it. There might be some existing, but in that picture, it's not showing anything that some covering kind of thing is available or not available. So similarly, in kind of softwares, if you found that there is some weakness or there is some flaw in the software, you're going to say the software is vulnerable. These defects, the defects we are talking, these security flaws that we are talking about, they may occur. They may occur due to the way the software is designed. As you can correlate the things. Okay, the door may be designed like this. It may have a flaw. Okay, the software may be designed like this. You may be having a flaw in the software. Even the way you are coding, the coding can also put the flaw into the code. I will show you one demonstration for that also in the SnarQ. In this particular lecture, I will execute one of the Java program on SnarQ and let you see the output that is there any kind of vulnerabilities that are existing, is there any kind of technical debt that are existing, is there any kind of code smells that are existing. We will be evaluating all those things in the demonstration. So after this, what are the various types of vulnerabilities? Okay, it is on the basis of analysis, time of analysis. At what time we are analyzing the code? When you are analyzing the code statically, that means not executing the code, and you are evaluating the code at before execution, then that type of vulnerability, if you found, is called a static vulnerabilities. And dynamic vulnerabilities, the vulnerability present in the compiled version of the code, or in other words, the vulnerabilities that can be detected in the running application or a software or a dynamic classes of the vulnerabilities. That basic means of all these things is, if the code is evaluated statically, that is, static testing is going to be performed onto it by using some static code analysis. By using some static code analysis tool, you are evaluating the code and you are going to find some kind of vulnerability that are existing onto the software. Similarly, with the case of, in the other way, you are going to say the dynamic code. When the code is made to run, you are evaluating the code. You are evaluating the code at the time when it's going to be run, and you are finding whether there is existing any vulnerability, whether there exists any flaw when you put the software to run, when you make the software to run. Okay, is there any flaw that may be existing? So you are going to evaluate all those things in that. So, but in this presentation, I'm going to discuss only on the vulnerabilities in the static code. Okay, so for that, a few of the examples of the static code vulnerabilities are static code, stack-based buffer overflow vulnerabilities. Basically, now what is this? You have some code. Suppose you have a C++ code. When large data size are assigned or copied to the fixed length buffer, you have some buffers in the memory. Basically, you have some buffers in the memory that might be of fixed length, that is allowed you to store only the fixed amount of data to it. When you put a larger copy of larger size data, so it may cause an buffer overflow. buffer overflow. This might be a vulnerability that might this is an effect. This is also this can also affect in some way of your functionality of your code. Okay, so this is one example of static code vulnerability. Then there is something called dangling pointer references. The pointer to the memory locations. Okay, the pointer points to the memory location that has been deallocated. Basically, I think something is missing here. So pointer points to the memory location that has been already deallocated. Deallocated means it's already read by whom? By the compiler or by the developer. So if your pointer that you have in the memory, it's pointing to the code, it's pointing to the place, it's pointing to the memory location which is already being deallocated. Now it may generate an error. It may act as a flaw in your code. It's also a kind of affecting your performance. It can make your software may go unsecure also. In terms of your functionality is not going to be solved. It may be open as some issues occurring in your software also. So there is another kind of software static vulnerability that's called format string vulnerabilities. When format functions are called with inadequate parameter validations. Now, for example, you have a C++ functions like printf, fprint. So in that you use some format type specifier like %s, %c. Now, if you use those percentage specifier inadequately in respect to the number of parameters that you are going to pass, that means for integer you use some character specifier, it's going to generate some kinds of, it might be a flaw in your software also. So there is another kind of thing called integer errors. When size of integer grows larger than its capacity or maximum value it can hold, that means you assign something as an integer and the thing that you are going to put its capacity is more. It's not able to hold that thing. So it may cause an overflow error to this. Then there are various tools for static code analysis like Flaw Finder, SnarCube, PVS Studio. I will be discussing on Flaw Finder and SnarCube in this presentation. Okay, so first look for the Flaw Finder. What is a Flaw Finder? Okay, see this. Sorry. For that, just go to this. Flow Finder is basically a static source code analyzer for C++ programs. Okay, so go to this thing. Okay, then download and install it yourself. It is also available as a Python library or some other libraries, but I'm going to run it as a single file. Okay, so Flow Finder code directly. I'm going to run it. Just click on it. When you click, it get downloaded. Okay, the code will be available to you. Now open this Anaconda, then I'm launching Spider and opening that file into it. And at the same time, you can do one thing, you can do the other thing, go to GitHub, okay, or download some C++ repository from that. For example, Node+. Okay, I have already downloaded it. Let it open. I will show you that also. I have Node+. I've already downloaded this repository. Okay. Now what you have to do, you have to take the path of this. Okay, take the path of this. And this is the Flow Finder file. What you have to do, go to File, click Open, and load the file flowfinder.py. It's already loaded there. It's already loaded here. Let it open first. It takes time. Any question you have, you can ask. Okay. So once you opened it, how to open? I'll show you. Click on Open and specify take the file that you want to open. I'm opening that Flow Finder file itself. Now, after that, what you have to do is go to Run, then Configure per file. I have one folder, Node+. Just copy the path of that folder here. Okay, it has a various C++ files in it. Click OK. Okay, after that, now run it. Now code will run the task. What it does, it is coded in the manner that it evaluate or it find the flaws in your code and represent it as hits. Okay, this is the representation of this code itself. It find out all the hits, okay, all the vulnerabilities, and consider it as a hit. Okay, there are different levels of it: hit 0, hit 1, hit 2, hit 3, hit 4, and different types of vulnerabilities are classified into these categories. These are the levels: level 0, 1. I think the things are visible to you. Okay, they have identified there are 1,320 flaws in this code, in this repository. Okay, the lines analyzed are 329091. Approximately 28.17 seconds they have taken. And what are the physical lines of code? They have also mentioned it. And apart from that, there are certain levels. Levels basically indicate the severity of your flaw, or the severity of your vulnerability. They have taken level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and categorized the various types of vulnerabilities as per their work. They have categorized it and classified into as a hit levels. Okay, so after that, what they are doing, so in 0 we don't have any kind of vulnerability. At level 1 we have 241 vulnerabilities. Similarly at 95, as the levels increases, the severity of these vulnerabilities are also increases. Okay, so similarly, they have generated this another metric called hit at the rate level plus. And for your information, Flaw Finder is an open source. Okay, that's why I'm demonstrating it. Okay, there are various research that is being also done by using this tool. Okay, so there is another metric that they have generated, hit plus. That means 0. What are the various? What is the count? All the levels. Then when you're considering 0, so all the levels addition is, it's going to be 1320. If you are taking 1 plus, not considering all the vulnerabilities that are in 1, so they have taken it as 1320. 2 plus, they're not taking 0 and 1 level vulnerabilities and taking all other vulnerabilities. So similarly, they have generated this metric, and from this metric they have find out the metric called hit divided by KSLOS. That will indicate the severity level. That will indicate that what is the average rate of vulnerabilities occurring at with respect to the number of physical source of line code we are having. So if it's going to be 0, in 0, what is the total number of 0 plus? What is the total number of vulnerability that it's saying? 0 plus. So 1320 divided by KSLOC, it's SOLOC. So you have to divide it by 1000. 2500.500. So 1320 divided by 250.50. So you will get this 5.26. So similarly, you are going to evaluate all those things, and it will be showing that what is the minimum level of risk that you are having. So this is the one way of evaluating the vulnerability. This is the one demonstration. Okay, you might find that you might want that I want some better kind of tool that shows what exactly the problem is. So you can have a SonarQube for that also. And moreover, the SonarQube, when we are discussing the SonarQube, you will be seeing that SonarQube provide help for many languages, 20 plus programming languages. But if you talk about the Flaw Finder, it has certain limitations. That is the part that you have to look for. What is the purpose you are having? If you are satisfied with C++ project, then you are good for the Flaw Finder. This is one example of static code analysis. I haven't made the code to run. What I have done, I just have that Flaw Finder file, Python file, and I have given the path of the folder. I'm not running it. I'm just statically analyzing the code. What are the various files available? It is going to be statically analyzed. So I hope the things are clear now. What is static code analysis? What is dynamic code analysis? Okay. Now the SonarQube, I will be taking that SonarQube at the end of this talk. Okay. So I hope you will wait for that time. And even we are having a full-fledged tutorial on SonarQube in the upcoming tutorials, in the upcoming things. Click this. So this is the thing that we have already done. Let us work on this. Let us work and see how the Flow Finder work. I have already shown you how the flow finder is working. Now, examples of dynamic vulnerabilities. Something is called SQL queries. You are writing the SQL queries to, there are certain SQL queries available. You are having certain code. You are having, suppose you are having one website. You are having one website that's written in PHP, and you are having certain database at the back end. And when you are going to log in from that web page, okay, suppose for every access that you are making, suppose login you are making, you have to access the database. There might be the cases that there is some vulnerabilities in your code. Okay, the people will do, they to put the SQL injections. They can by writing the select command, by writing certain keywords to it, like 1 is equal to 1, select star from table name, then they write 1 to 1. Because first what they do, they go for login, write the wrong username. When you write the wrong username, you will get done. You might get an web page with the link to the database that the error has been generated from this database server. You can get the, if that thing is there, that means they haven't, your website is vulnerable. So these kind of SQL queries are also feasible in this the software kind of the things. It's all running on the web page. You can have the SQL injections available. Then the another type is long input strings. The buffer overflow vulnerability is one of the example of this. And then the negative and the large positive numbers, the integer overflow and the underflow vulnerabilities. That these things are occurring only when the code is made to run. They think the difference between static vulnerabilities and dynamic vulnerability is this. And moreover, for static vulnerability analysis, we are using static code analyzers. Okay, we are not going to use the dynamic kind of the thing. And our discussion for this lecture is only on to that part. Okay, then tools for these are the various tools that are available: Java, Pathfinder, Chat, Crosshairs, Address, Sanitizer, Bound, and all these things. These are the tools that are available. Then the next part that I have to discuss is, now the first, I told you there are three things I am looking for to discuss, and one is the vulnerability. The next is the technical debt. Now, what is the concept of technical debt? You can have you can see this illustration. The developer developed something. Developer developed some solution. Developer developed some solution and deployed it. After some time, it found it chose for the easy solution. After some time, he found that the software is not extendable. He's not able to extend the software. So in that case, he has to do certain kind of rework. So the amount of rework it's going to do, that is the technical debt, basically occurring due to cost of additional rework, occurring due to compromising in the code made at early stages to select the easy solution, but not the efficient solution. So this is the problem. You have to go for optimal kind of solution. You have to either you go for complex. If it's complex, then complexity is going to be increased. I will say it's going to be an optimal kind of solution. And with those solutions, you have a concept in the mind. I want to scale my software at the later stage. I want to have extendable features in my software itself. So that work you want to reduce. You are doing the work right now to reduce the work that you have to do in the future if some problem arises. Okay, because you have chosen the wrong solution at the time of writing that code. So this is the one example of the technical debt. Now there are different tools of technical debt: SnarCube, SnarGraph. I will be discussing on SnarCube. Okay. Then what is a code smell? a code smell. This is the characteristics or the behavior of the code that may cause some problem in the future. They may be good or bad. Now, what is that? Basically, you write certain code, you found that code may cause some problems in the future. Okay, they may cause some problem. That might be at the right time. Right now, I'm not having some problem with that code, but in the future, with respect to the quality standard, with respect to the things I have defined, it may cause certain problems. So that thing is called the code smell. And the tools that I have to discuss on that is called SnarQ. So that's why I have taken this tool, because we can use these tools for code smells, technical debt, vulnerabilities, and many other security parameters and other quality parameters that we have discussed in the previous lecture also. Now, few types of the code smells are dead code. Now, if you are having the code in which there is existing some code that is not going to be executed at any cost, so that code is called the dead code. Now, why do you have that code? Because if it may cost you for the compilation. You need to execute it. Okay, you need to compile it every time. But if there is some code that does not have any purpose in to do, you can remove it. It may cause some problem with the efficiency, with the functioning of your software and the functionality of your software. So it's better to remove that. Then after that, there is something called duplicate code. You have a code with you, and in that that code is duplicated at multiple places. Okay, and with that code, if you make the changes in one part of the code, but you forget to make the changes at the other part of the code, it's going to cause some problems. That problems is called the duplicate code smells. Then another code smell is called large classes and the large methods. You have some classes. You have a classes with the multiple methods, multiple functionalities in it. But at the time of the size of the class is going to be increased. Suppose the size of the class increased too much. It increased to the form that is not lying in the quality standards, that not lying into the standard that you have defined. For example, if you are talking about the closed software, it's called closed software kind of development. I'm just taking an example of the closed open source. Closed software is basically proprietary software. In that you are developing the project in some team. Your team specified that this would be the maximum length, maximum number of functionality that you can put, maximum number of methods that you can put in a class. So if the size of the class increases too much, that it's not able to handle in the manner, it's not lying in the quality, quality standards that you have defined, it may cause you the problem. There is another thing called switch statement. Now, what is the switch statement? Basically, you have I think you all know what's a switch statement. You have a different type of cases there. You execute those cases. For that particular case, you have certain set of instructions written. Whenever that case is there, you are going to execute that instructions. Okay. So suppose if you have this switch statement copied multiple times, suppose in a 1 lakh line, in 1 lakh line of code, you have copied it at 1,000 times. Okay, so in that case, if you try to change that switch statement, okay, and you change that switch statement and you forget to change it at the other places, in that case, it may cause some problems in the future. Maybe that switch statement is not going to be executed any time, but when it's going to execute it, you are forgetting to change it. So it may cause some kind of problem for you in the future. Okay, so they may cause a problem in the code itself. Now, next type of code smell is called shotgun surgery. Okay, don't get surprised with the term called shotgun. I'm talking about the type of gun, but it's not going to be the shotgun kind of thing that we have to look for. I'm not talking about the gun, any type of gun in that. What is a shotgun surgery? Basically, in this you have certain kind of code with you. Okay, and you want to make some change to it. You are changing the code, but while you are changing the code, in that change, the cost that you are incurring to change the code is more than the cost that is there if you don't change the code, don't change that code. So that particular type of change, that particular type of code smell is basically called the change preventer. They prevent you to make the certain changes to the software. So this is one of the example of the shotgun surgery. The next is the message chain. Now, what is a message chain? Basically, in this, the one object is requesting to other object, third object, fourth object, and so on. So they will make certain kind of chain while they are requesting the objects. So in that case, if you have certain quality standards that will say only this much objects can be referentially integrated. That means, I hope you understand the meaning of referential integrity. Object is referentially integrated to some other part, some other part, some other part. It makes some kind of chain. So you define some kind of standards that will say if you have it, then only you are going to that may cause, if the size of that chain is going to be increased, it may cause problem in the future in the code itself, and your code may give bad smells. Okay, last but not the least, just a one exercise on the SnarCube. Okay, now how to do that? Install and configure SnarCube. Install and configure the SnarCube scanner. What are they? I will be discussing that in the tutorial session. Okay, then create one folder with a Java file in it. I have already Java project onto my system. Open command prompt in that folder, write the command snar.bat and execute it. Now, how to do this? See this. There is one SnarCube. Okay, go to Windows and this, right? CMD. I'm going to first execute. Start. I'm going to write start sonar.bat. Execute it. It will take time to make the server on. Okay. Then in meanwhile, I will move to the scanner. I already have a scanner in my place. I have a scanner. I already configured the config file. How to configure it, I will tell you that in the tutorial session. Okay. Now the next part is, once you are going to see the server is up, okay, go to localhost and that specified address localhost 9000. Once the server is up, page is going to be shown. Okay. It will take time. Wait. Then go to some project. Some Java project. I already have some projects in my place. Let me see that. Eclipse workspace. These are some Java projects I am having. Okay, go to the source file. Yeah, so these are the source file. See this, it's running, still running. Server will take time to get up. Okay, now you can see SnarCube is up. That means I can run the SnarCube. What is it? Localhost 900. That is a default port at which the server will work. You can see. Okay, I will tell you what are the various features we are having in it. Just one demonstration of the Java projects. Okay, now into that part, go to the project folder, write CMD. In that, write sonar-scanner.bat. Execute it. So this is basically static code analysis, okay, with the help of SnarCube. So you will see it has taken 4 files and 2 source files to be analyzed. After that, you will get an execution success. Now we have to see the output at this place. I have made this project called demo project, demo Java project. So you can see how many files they are having. 42 files are there, they are 48. So all these things, let me check. It's not that project, I think. Demo Java projects. Yeah, this is the project, I think. Okay. Okay. So you can see there are 8 code smells. This is the project. So there are 8 code smells in that Java file. I make only Java file to run. Okay, in my code, I will tell you how to do that. There are 8 lines and the 14 lines. You make that code run, and it will give you certain kinds of code smells and duplications, coverage. All these are the measures, and there are some quality standards I have defined. If your project fulfills that quality standard, it will be passed. Otherwise, it will show that there is going to be a problem. 54-minute technical debt added to, as because I made this run multiple times. So this is across 18 code smells are there. There are 22 duplications on these lines. So this thing, these are the basic demonstration of static code analyzer. I hope the things will be clear to you. Okay, I think that's all from my side. If you have any question, you can ask. You have any question, you can ask. Otherwise, see you in the next 2 hours. At 2:30, 3:40, I think I will take in the next session. Thank you.
free and open source software. This is like we are just looking at this as a humanitarian free and open source software. Normally, we use this term HFOSS for this. So HFOSS means that we are talking about humanitarian and free open source software. So we will be using the term more or less HFOSS to refer to this kind of software. Okay, so these software they are basically related to some kind of human condition in areas such as healthcare, economic development, disaster management, ecology, education, and more. So, like we are having nowadays a lot of action in related to climate changes, right? So, those kind of programs which can benefit the earth or benefit the ecology, like if we can do some kind of awareness drives or any kind of programs if we can create which can help us in managing the things that we know that they are coming up, but like we have some goals which are set by the United Nations. So these kind of activities, obviously, because nowadays everything requires every kind of activity requires some software solution, right? Some part of the activity is implemented as a software solution. So for all this kind of problems which the humanity is facing as such, so how we can use these free and open source software for that, or what kind of systems have been already created, we will look at those examples as well. So some examples we will be looking at, for example, this OpenMRS. OpenMRS is a very old open source software. It is basically used for open medical record system for maintaining the medical records of people. And this is the world's largest and most flexible technology platform to support delivery of healthcare in some of the most challenging environments on the planet. So this project OpenMRS, it is basically being implemented in South Africa and those kind of communities where healthcare is really a big issue. Lot of support is not available in those countries. So there, this kind of system is being implemented, or it has already been implemented and it is running very successfully over there. So this system is to manage the medical records of the people over there. Similarly, we have another one is Sahana Eden. This is an open source humanitarian platform. This is for another purpose. So this is for disaster management and for all kind of environment management problems. This Sahana Eden is a open source software, and so this is another software in the category of humanitarian open source software. So if we look at open source software, which is OpenMRS, it is a software platform and a reference application which can support design of a customized medical record system with no programming knowledge. Right? So there is the people who are using this system, they need not have any programming knowledge, but obviously for medical and systems analysis, this knowledge is required. Let us look at because this is open source software, so this software is available as a repository on GitHub. So let me try to see if we can open this project over there on GitHub. So this is the project OpenMRS. It is available on GitHub, and you can see that there are a number of repositories related to this. 286 repositories are there, and we can see that the languages that are being used in this project, they are Java, JavaScript, TypeScript. HTML is also being used in this project, and there are 81 people who are working on this project. So these are the profiles of different people. I think we could be interested in this profile of Aman Mishra. He seems to be from our own country. So this person is a passionate software developer and machine learning enthusiast from India. So this person Aman Mishra has also contributed to this project. And I told you that this project is being implemented mostly in South African countries. So people from all over the globe, they are contributing to these projects, which are which are basically solving the problems that our society is facing. So there is shortage of resources in those countries. So health is you can say a sector where a lot of support is not available. So these kind of programs are there. This project is one of those programs which are uh, implemented there uh, to support the community over there. So, like we can look at the repositories, and if I just go to any of the repository, you can just look at that how active this project is. You can just look at how active this project is, and we can see that the first repository, if you can see, it has been updated 36 minutes ago. In fact, any of the repository you look at, the second repository that was updated 4 hours ago, third one was updated 4 hours ago, and it is really interesting to see that how many how much work is being done in this, and the whole all the repositories, they are very actively being maintained. So 10 hours ago, 11 hours ago, right? So this shows that this is a very active project and people are contributing to this project. You can see 6 days ago, 7 days ago. So a lot of work is being done on this project. Okay, so I can just look at Open MRS ESM patient management, and let us see what is in this repository. So this is a like this repository has micro front ends for the management of patients for Open MRS. So this is like about patient management, and you can see this. There are features for patient search, patient registration, patient list, outpatient, and then there are the ways how you can install this repository on your computer and how you can set up your own environment and then contribute to this project or this repository. So we have seen that there is one Open MRS project, which is a very established project as such. We have seen that there are 81 repositories in this project, 81 different, you can say, sub projects in this bigger project. And people from all over the globe, they are contributing to this project. And this is basically for managing patient records, right? We can know more about this project from the web link that is available for this Open MRS project. So the thing is that you can start taking interest in any project, no doubt. You can choose any open source software project if you want to learn coding or if you want to contribute to open source and get some reputation. We have seen there are several motivations to contribute to open source software projects. And nowadays, like earlier, it was that there are hardly any financial transactions. There is hardly any financial support if you are contributing to open source software. But during the previous discussions, we have come across that there are so many sponsorship options available, and people are having their full-time job on the basis of the contributions that they are making to open source software. So money or as such, that problem is not there anymore. Depending upon your skill set, you can keep on working on open source software only, and rather than working for a company or joining an organization. So Open MRS, you can see on the slide, on the screen, it is a medical record system. It is for bringing people together to write code and save lives. So that, I think that line says all. Write code and save lives. So what is the objective of these kind of projects? It is not to make any kind of money out of these projects. It is just to serve the society, and how we can do it by just writing what we or doing what we are good at. So if we are good at writing code, even by this you can save lives. So you can see that how many patients records are being maintained or by being handled by this software. 14.6 million patients records are being maintained by this, and it is implemented on more than 6,000 sites, and it is serving 40 countries, communities in 40 countries it is serving. So what is the mission of this project? It is to improve healthcare delivery in resource constrained environments. So like we are talking about some economically weaker countries, in those countries, for supporting the healthcare systems of those countries, this kind of project is implemented. So I think we should be interested in what technology they are using. So let us see what technology this project is based on. Uh, I think this is a Open MRS core available. Okay, so there is more to Open MRS than coding. So there is a myth that if it is open source software, we need to have coding skills. Only then we can contribute to any open source software. But we have seen that that is not enough. If you are just having any kind of skill, obviously everyone has some kind of skills. If it is not coding skills, there could be just the way you can support any community by organizing some events or by just improving the documentation that they have. So there is a lot of work that you can do. So there is more to Open MRS than coding. So they say that our community is a welcoming environment. It is a result of our collective efforts to engage with each other, recognize contributions, celebrate and share our accomplishments. Now this is the heart of open source software. That if you want to contribute to some community, obviously you will go there if you feel that you are welcomed. If people are abusing you, they are bullying you, if they are snubbing you, you won't be there. You won't want to be there to be a member of that community, right? So whenever you become part of a community, you should expect good, welcoming environment there. If you are not getting that kind of environment, it's better to look for some other project. So every open source software, if they want to be successful, obviously community is the, you can say, most strong pillar, I can say, of any open source software project. So if community is good, you should be there. If community is not good, people will not come to support that project, or people will not come to contribute to that project. So here they have mentioned that uh, how, like what kind of ways are possible that people can get involved in this project. So for example, the question is, do you like design? Like, I think we were discussing it yesterday, that when you are exploring any open source software project, what can attract people to the project, right? I think you remember that we talked about that. If the design of the project is modular, right, it is easy to extend, then people may be more interested in contributing to that project. But if they are not comfortable with the design, if it is very complex, right, those kind of things, then people may not be much interested in contributing to this project. So the problem is that people are coming on their own to a project, right? They sometimes this is not their full-time job. This is just their part-time job, Another reason could be that they are here because of their passion, because they enjoy writing code. Another thing could be that a person is interested in contributing to open source because the person is just learning how to write code, right? Or the person wants to create a good profile for his job, for his or her job. So, depending upon, there are so many different situations, there are so many different backgrounds from where people are coming. So, you have to create your open source project in a way that it can attract community, it can attract uh, people from different strata of life. So, the problem is that it's not that you should think about this like when you are starting a project. I think you should expect it from any community when you are contributing, that what kind of community is it, a community which is very supportive, right? So you should expect this from any community. Now the second thing is why you should join a humanitarian open source software. The thing is, do you like helping others? So this is a very important thing, that if you have that kind of ethical values, we can say, right? You feel that society is there. I am part of this society, so I should help others. That's a kind of feeling that I think everybody should have, but in some cases it is more strong in comparison to others. So, do you like to code? Depending upon if you have good coding skills, you can contribute by writing code. Do you like to write? So, obviously, if you have good language skills, maybe you're good in English or any other language that the project is using, so you can contribute by writing newsletters, by writing blogs. You can uh, expand their API documentation, and they have created wiki pages. You can contribute in that. So, do you like to plan? So, this is basically that if you like, we have seen that there are a lot many number of issues. That belong to a project, right? We have seen that people can create issues on the project repository. So curate tickets means that there are different issues available. You just have to triage the issues. Triage means that you just have to assign some labels to the issues, that this issue corresponds to a new feature, this issue corresponds to a bug. And if you are exploring repositories, you might have seen there is one option, you can label the issues. So you just look at an issue, and if you know that this issue belongs to a particular category, you can assign a label to that issue. So if somebody is coming to your repository and they see that these are the issues, and somebody is interested in adding a new feature to the issue, to the system, or somebody is interested in solving a bug. So if the issue is labeled with the bug fix, people can simply open that issue because they know that this issue is relating to some fixing of some bug. So they might like to open that issue. If somebody is interested in doing something new, they can open an issue which is asking for to develop a new feature for the project. Or you can organize a community meeting also. That could be your contribution to the project. Then, do you like to organize? You can organize community meetings, you can organize conferences, you can organize big events. Then there are some programs. I think students should be interested in this. This is Google Summer of Code. So this project, Open MRS, it's a part of Google Summer of Code. That is a kind of internship that Google provides, and they offer a very good internship scholarships also. So that could be another way how you can contribute to this project. So there are various ways in which the community can participate from different skill levels or from different backgrounds. So I think we have seen a lot about this project. I would like to go again to the GitHub page of this project and look at some of the statistics I think that we saw yesterday. So you can see issues and pull requests. So I have just opened the first repository on this page, and you can see that there is no open issue in this project, right? 0 open issue, 1 issue is closed. Pull requests are there, 357 are closed, 19 are open. So a lot of activity is happening on this project. So this is a humanitarian open source software project. I hope you don't forget the name of this project, and later on you can go to this project and look for the way you can contribute to this. So this is another project. It is Sahana Eden project, and this is a project for emergency environments. So whenever there is some emergency in that kind of things, for example, there is a disaster or there are floods, then you need to have a support system where you can work for finding missing people. I think whenever there is a disaster, these are some of the like things that you have to manage in a disaster. There are floods, or you can imagine there is a train accident or some kind of event happens of this nature. Then you have to have all these kind of problems, that there people are missing, aid is not available, right? People want to volunteer, but there is no one who can manage the volunteers, where the you can say effort is required. Sometimes it's not clear. Then tracking camps effectively between government groups are there, NGOs are there, victims are there. So how can you just organize the things that everybody is at the same page? So for this project is there. This is a Sahana Eden project. So I think we should look at first the project itself, and then we will look at the GitHub code. This link is not working, so I think we should just search for this Eden Sahana Foundation. So if we search for this, I think we should be able to find out Eden Sahana Foundation. Sahana Foundation is there. So it is an open source disaster management solutions project. So it makes high quality information management systems for emergency preparedness, high quality information management system, right? So this is a system for managing information, and it is giving this, that it's a high quality information management system. So you can just trust this system. So this system can help you for emergency preparedness, response, recovery, and resilience building. So this project has been used for COVID-19 as well. Okay, this project has been used in Bhutan. Okay, so this is a project which is offering so many solutions, right, where people can handle all the different events which occur when there is a disaster or any kind of you can see this is a solution that they have offered, which is about mobile pictographs for disaster communication, right? And this is the application supporting the linguistically challenged people. So this project relates to that how you can use pictures, pictographs in disaster information system to understand the challenges for implementing a pictograph-based disaster communication system on mobile phones with the capability to save life and livelihoods in disaster situations. And why they are using this solution? Because 30% of the Asian and sub-Saharan populations are low literate, right? So that's why they have created this kind of system where they are using images to make people communicate with the others. So this is a very interesting project, and it has been implemented, like it is serving so many different communities. So let us look at the code. If we can go to the code from this project itself, from this website itself, I think this should take us to the GitHub page of this. Okay. So this is the GitHub page of this project, Sahana Eden. And this has only one repository. Okay. So this repository has 345 stars and it has 538 folks. Okay, and 46 people are watching this. What does it mean? May I know from your side, what does it mean when we say that 46 watching, 46 people are watching this? What does it mean? Any idea, any guess?
They have downloaded the repositories.
Okay. So 46 watching means that people are basically, have you seen on the top? I don't know, like I'm accessing it from iPad. It's not showing me the watch button over here. So
Yes,
around,
Puneet, we can see it. It is on the top and right side. And
yeah,
I think watch means that they have added this thing in their watch list, and whatever changes are done here, they will be
yeah.
uh, informed to them. I think this
Yes,
is
yes,
means of
yes, yes. You're correct, Poonam. You're correct. So this watching means that 46 people are watching. It means that they are getting all the notifications. So whenever some change happens, every time a file is committed, every time a pull request is merged, or every time somebody is commenting on anything, so all those kind of events, for that notifications are generated, and whatever email id you are using on GitHub, you are getting emails for all those changes. So you can just experiment with it. You can just set on any repository the watch over there, and you will start getting all the notifications in your email. And depending upon how active the repository is, how active the community over there is, if the community is very active, you will keep on getting the notifications, I mean a number of emails. But if the community is not that active, in that case you may get just uh, uh, like if you notifications in a day or in a week, depending upon how active the community is. So 46 people are watching means that 46 people are getting notifications of whatever little is happening in this community. Okay, so 538 folks are there. Contributors are 78 contributors are there. And let us see what are the languages that this project is using. It is using Python, JavaScript, CSS, HTML, SLT, and SCSS. So CSS, basically you can see CSS, HTML, JavaScript, Python. I think most of the languages you might have already covered. So they are using these languages. So this project is for emergency, like this is an emergency development environment. So again, like these projects, they have their own code of conduct. I suppose we should be able to find a file on code of conduct. Okay, there is no file on code of conduct over here. License is there. So every repository should have the license. Yes, license is there. They have a README file also. This is being distributed under the MIT license. Okay. So this is about the Sahana Eden project. Okay, let me see if there are any questions. Okay, so Indradeep is asking why there are number of repositories on same project in GitHub. Basically, Indradeep, like one repository, you can assume it is one project. So if the organization, here we have Open MRS as the organization. So one organization may have many projects. So for every project, they have created one repository. Okay, so like we can have different types of accounts on GitHub. Some accounts are like personal accounts, like we create our own accounts. I created my account, you have your own account. So these are the personal accounts. After this, there is another kind of account, that is organizational account. So organization, like Open MRS, if it is an organization, it has a number of projects which are running, and they have created different repositories for that. Even like we having personal accounts, we can also have multiple repositories. So for example, if I have this project conducting this workshop, I have one repository for this. If I want to have another project with my students or anybody else, I can have another repository for that. So we create different repositories for different projects.
Actually, ma'am, I had a doubt that there is a concept of forking also.
Okay.
So I was confused with that, ki whether it is a forking of the same project, that's why there are different repository, or they are referring to the same project.
Okay. So fork is basically when we create a fork, we are creating a copy of the repository. Okay. And that copy of the repository is shown in the account of the person who has created that fork. So for example, OpenMRS has a repository. Okay. I want to contribute something to that repository. One option I have is that I can fork that repository. Okay. When I fork that repository is copied, and the copy is now in my account. So that repository will now have two copies. One copy, I'm in the repository, the original repository that is in the Open MRS organization's account. And second, same repository is in my account now. Their repository is the original repository, the master copy, and my repository that is in my account, that is a copy of that repository. Now, whenever I want to make any changes to the original repository, first I will make changes to the repository which is in my account that I have forked from the original repository. So I will make changes in the forked repository that is in my account. When I'm satisfied with all the changes that they are working fine, then I can create a pull request. I can create a pull request. So when I create a pull request, that will automatically reflected in the repository with the Open MRS, right? So when they see that a pull request has been created in this repository, then they can review the pull request, and if they are satisfied that yes, this change which is being suggested by someone, for example by my account, they are satisfied with that change, then they will merge that change in the original in the master repository, right? So after my change is merged in the master repository, I can delete the repository which is in my account, that is the forked repository. So forked repository will exist in someone else's account, not in the same account. So if I have a repository in my account, the fork of that will be in someone else's account who has forked my repository. Okay, so forked repository and original repository, they are two different things. I mean, they will not be in the same GitHub account. They will be in the different GitHub accounts.
Kuljit, correct me if I'm wrong, that
Okay.
I think the repositories, they are representing the different aspects of the same project. Like I can see there is Eden Mobile, then there is Eden Core, then there is Sambro. So I
Yeah.
think they are different aspects of the same project, and
Yes.
they are just like we maintain folders in our computer.
Yeah. I
Is
mean,
that correct?
yes, yes, yes. So, like you can imagine that you have the main folder that represents the project on the whole. After that, within the project, you have a sub project. You can create a subfolder for that project and a subfolder for that, and so on.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yeah, so these repositories are basically for managing projects and different aspects of the same project. You can have one repository for user interface, another repository for some, like you are reading that there is a repository for code, right? So these different repositories, they are basically sub projects of the same project most of the times. So I hope the questions are like clear, the answers are clear.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Okay, thanks Indradeep for asking the question. Okay, so I think we are now discussing human rights. So this is another project which is related to human rights. So this project offers solutions for organizing, analyzing, and publishing your documents. It is designed to address the unmet needs of human rights organizations. Universities, journalists, courts, and others who work with large document collections can also benefit. So basically, they have created this project to serve the needs of human rights organizations because there's a lot of documentation which is required. So they are offering a solution with this project. And basically, they can say they are saying that anybody can use this project. So let us look at this project website. It is ovazi.io. So there are important stories within your documents. Ovazi helps you tell them. It's a free open source solution for organizing, analyzing, and publishing your documents. This is like a word from Swahili, Ovazi. This is again, I think, in the African countries. This language belongs to the African countries. Swahili. Ovazi means openness. So it is designed to make human rights information more open and accessible to the defenders who need it. So if there is any human rights violation, you can refer to this website to see that what kind of content they provide that you can use to defend yourself. So it is a web-based platform that goes beyond just storing and tagging documents. Users work directly with the text inside these otherwise uneditable documents to add new layers of information. So what you can do with Ovazi, you can organize your documents. So this is basically, I think, a data storage kind of system. You can discover new insights. So how many times the content is being referenced, right? So what are the patterns within the content and the connections? So you can publish your content here, how Ovazi is being used. So there are various examples, or you can say case studies with Ovazi. Okay, so I think let us see the code for this. I think we may not be able to get the, okay, our main support channel is our GitHub repository. So their project is available on GitHub. So you can see code is there. Okay, so let us see the code first. Again, 152 stars, 26 are watching, 62 folks, 30 people have contributed to this. And what are the languages? JavaScript, HTML, Shell, SCSS, Dockers. It is, but Dockers, it's not using Docker, 0% only. README file they have given. How to use this project? Okay, you will need Node because it's a JavaScript project. So these are all the instructions that you have to follow if you want to put this project on your computer. And again, the license information is there. It is using MIT license. Again, I'm not able to find code of conduct here. Okay, so there is no file. If the code of conduct is available, then we should have a code of conduct file here in the repository, in the code repository. We should have a code of conduct. And you see all these files are alphabetically there. So files are, initially we have all the folders, and folders are also arranged in the alphabetical order. Similarly, we have the files. Files are also arranged in the alphabetical order, but we are not able to find any code of conduct file. What kind of issues have been raised? So I was talking about these labels, like a bug label is there, priority is low, right? Another label has been set. So this is curating, or you can say it is triaging, triage, triaging the issues. Some people are just like, the first issue has not received any label, so somebody can label this issue. Obviously you have to study the issue, and only then you should label it, because otherwise it might create confusion if you are setting wrong labels. The priority is critical for some issues, right? So it's very important to, and this has been assigned. You see this on the right side, you can see that the issue has been assigned. So here you can see that this issue, which is having priority critical, it has been assigned to somebody. Priority is low, and you can see some of the issues are labeled and some are not labeled. This issue, tech debt, if somebody is working on tech debt, it's like they can see there are some issues which are dealing with the tech debt only. So the tech debt is basically to remove the debt, to reduce the debt in code, in the sense to improve the code. So tech debt is a kind of set of issues which are there to remove the code smells and all those kind of patterns in the code which are making the code unnecessarily complex to read, to understand, right? So it will be doing the same thing, but they just want to remove the structure of the code without changing the functionality that it is doing. So it will be interesting to look at these issues if somebody can help to improve the code of the uh, sorry, somebody can help to improve the code structure. So some issues are having feature as the label, right? So different kind of features are there, issues are there, then pull requests are there. Okay, 18, 40 are closed and 5 are open. So again, this looks like a very active project. And the last commit, can anybody tell me what was the time when the last commit was made to this project? Yes. If you are watching this project, kindly let me know when was the last commit submitted in this project. Yes. Okay, 10 minutes ago. So I have got a number of messages, 2 messages. Thanks, Harpreet, Sarabjit. So you are right that the last commit was 10 minutes ago, and we can look at the frequency of the commits also by clicking on the commits. So we can see the last commit was on Feb 24th, before that on 23rd. And you can see how many commits, so many commits on 23rd, right? Then on 22nd, so many commits on same day, 21st, 17th Feb, 16th Feb. So this again looks like a very active project. So I think what we should appreciate is that these projects, they are not just kind of projects which are not attracting the community. People are putting a lot of effort in maintaining these projects. Okay, so let us look at what we have next. So next we have healthcare related project. It is Night Scout. So let us look at the project. Night Scout. Night Scout project. It is an open source DIY project. DIY means do it yourself. It allows real-time access to SCGM data via personal websites, smartwatch views or apps and widgets available for smartphone. So this project is about helping people, uh, parents of children with type 1 diabetes. So we know diabetes is of two types, type 1 and type 2. And type 1 diabetes is something which one inherits, or which somebody gets from birth, right? Type 2 diabetes is like which we have because of our lifestyle. Type 2 diabetes can be reversed, but type 1 cannot be. So type 1 diabetes, mostly it is seen in children. Like some people get it from very early age, some get it little bit late, but in early age, for example, in age maybe up to 16 or 18, people have this kind of diabetes. So this software is basically to help uh, parents of these children. uh, this application has been created for those parents who have children with the diabetes, so how they can take care of them using this solution. So how does it work? The technology is rather simple. Your Dexcom receiver continues to work as it always has by reading the glucose level of the TID who is wearing the sensor or transmitter, right? So you have to make the child wear the sensor, and then it will automatically receive all the data regarding the glucose level. So this kind of application has been created, and it is again in the open source software domain. So you can see how people believe in this software development paradigm for the kind of applications that they are using. Cost of this cost varies based on the setup you'll be using. The online services and accounts needed to run a Night Scout site are free for most users, right? So this is again something which is available, and we know what is free. Most of the times when we hear the word free, we see that it is related to cost, related to price. Okay, so let us look at the code for this on GitHub. Night Scout. It has 26 repositories. So Android app is also there for this project, and it has got JavaScript and Python, C, Java as the languages. Okay. So let us see what we have next. This is again a very active project. I have just seen that the last commit was 1 hour ago. This is another app which relates to uh, the people who are uh, on wheelchair. This is a uh, this is a project in which they are just uh, kind of identifying the places where people with wheelchair they can move freely, right? So this is a kind of creating tags on the globe, right? So we have the Google Earth. So that kind of platform they are using to find places where wheelchair people can move freely with a wheelchair. So accessibility options, are they available on different locations? Those kind of things, that suppose a person wants to visit a particular place. So with the help of this project, he or she can see that whether wheelchair, it's possible to move there with wheelchair or not. So that kind of facility this project is providing. I think we should be able to see the project page. It should be somewhere in the, okay, wheelmap.org. We should look at this first. Wheelmap.org. Okay, so this is a project where you can see it will mark the places. Fully wheelchair accessible with green color, partially wheelchair accessible with orange, not wheelchair accessible with red, and if the accessibility is not known, that area is gray. Gray. So if we just look at this and see around us somewhere the place. So there are some areas where it is showing green. What this area could be? I think it's the Kent area. So in Kent, there might be some places where wheelchair accessibility is there. People have already tagged, and I think this place I see it is it looks like the university. So university has some areas which are marked. This is showing a different color. Let us, I just forgot what colors it was mentioning. Do you remember? Okay, partially wheelchair accessible, partially accessible with accessible wheelchair, only fully wheelchair accessible, only fully accessible with accessible wheelchair. So it is showing the university in partially wheelchair accessible. So let us see this. So in this way, I think we can places that I can contribute information to. So I can choose zoom in closer to see more places. Let us see. Actually, I don't know in the university which places are accessible with wheelchair and which are not. So I think we shouldn't do something that we are not familiar with. So let us go again to the GitHub page. This has a very, comparatively lesser number of stars. Issues, 5 issues are there. Change set does not close after 22 hours. Allow users to contribute under their own account. Survey and send back this particular tag. So a lot of discussion is also going on in this project. Pull requests are there. Okay, so it is using mostly TypeScript. So TypeScript comes after JavaScript. You have to learn JavaScript first, then you will be able to learn TypeScript. And you can see the contributors. OpenStreetMap and Berlin. So you can look at the details of the contributors, who people are contributing to this project. So basically this is a project about accessibility. Okay, so we have talked about this. Okay, so this is for people who are looking for sometimes projects for students, or sometimes some problems for the students to solve. So at FLOSS in education, we can use these projects in our classrooms as well. So for example, if you're looking for a single assignment, then you can ask the students to work on bug fixing, right? Verify a bug. Verify a bug means that you have to reproduce the bug. So there is a error. You just have to verify whether somebody has reported the error, and we have to verify whether that bug, I mean, exists, or sometimes it could be that the user has got the bug, and when we say that try it again, and sometimes you re-execute the program in some other environment and you find that there is no bug. So that bug could be created could have happened at a particular platform in a particular situation, and on another platform it could not be reproduced, right? So you have to verify a bug. You are not solving a bug, but you are just verifying that whether that bug exists in another environment or in the same environment, if like it is you can say executed after a while. So that kind of thing you can ask the students to work on, that they just need to set up the environment. I think this kind of problem could be given in the beginning, where the student can learn how to set up the environment. That is the most difficult thing when you are working on open source software projects, that you are interested in, for example, 3-4 projects. So you have to work on different setup environments for all those different projects. That's why nowadays like we have platforms where you can write code in web browser. So on the GitHub platform there is one feature, code spaces. Code spaces is one feature that you can use to write code in the browser itself. You don't have to set up any environment on your computer. You can just open the code spaces, and there you can get the environment where you can write your programs. So that kind of thing students can do. First, they can set up the environment. They can just verify whether the bug is there or not in a different setting. Then you can use these softwares for other kind of assignments, where you can ask the students to first verify the bug, then fix the bug, then write test cases for that fix, right? Then at a higher level you can ask for a project deliverable. For example, you can ask the student to create a particular software requirement specification, right? So this, a new feature, you can ask the student to work on a new feature, and like that could be a part of your project. Like we have students in 5th semester, 6th semester, or in 10th semester, they are working on their projects. So we can ask them to select a open source project, and basically we should ask them to work on these humanitarian free open source software projects. And they can look for the project, and they can think of what kind of feature they can add to this project, or they can they can do the whole cycle. That means add a feature, test the feature, and after the feature is added, update all the relevant documentation. So that can be a kind of full scale project for a student to work on in a semester. And it's not that you can include this open source software or humanitarian open source software. You can include this as a subject in your course. And we have already this subject in our curriculum in MCA. So we are offering this subject in MCA 4th semester. And this is the first time that we have started offering this subject in the curriculum, and it is a compulsory subject. I think all over the world, very few universities are offering this this subject in the curriculum. And we know that how important this subject is. You have explored so many things about open source software in these 5 days, 4 days. We are already past 4 days. That there is a lot of potential to learn as well as to earn in this domain. So it's good that our students, they are studying this subject in a very systematic way. So I think this will help them a lot in their future, for securing a job as well, and helping the society. That is another thing that this subject can help them. So this is all about humanitarian and free open source software that we were discussing in this session. So, what do you think how this humanitarian and free open source software can help the students? Anything that you can put in this context? Basically, I think for students, social awareness is very important. It's very important that our students understand what problems the society is facing. It could be related to poverty, it could be related to hunger, it could be related to so many other issues, like we had seen the issue of accessibility. So it is important that our students understand all the problems that the society is facing. So if they are participating in these kind of projects, they are more aware as far as the problems in the society is concerned. So any questions related to this or related to the course as such? I welcome any questions related to the course as well as to the topic that we have just covered. So I see Gregorio is in the call also. Hello, Gregorio.
Hi, here I am.
I think there was some miscommunication or communication gap, probably.
Yes, so I was expecting to give my my lecture
That,
like 1 hour ago,
yeah,
but
that's okay. Yeah.
yeah, the problem is I have in half an hour another thing, so
If you can
yeah,
come tomorrow, like it will be okay, I think. Because
tomorrow at what time?
uh,
How shall
I
we
think
change it? Because tomorrow, let me check the agenda. So if here.
actually I didn't see you earlier. Otherwise, I would have stopped then.
Oh, I was here at punctually 1 hour ago. So no, it was no. Well, I just appeared 3 minutes before starting the session. I didn't think you that you
Then
were expecting it earlier. So
then you should have interrupted me. Actually, I thought that I am pitching in because you couldn't be there. That's why.
yeah, I thought you were finishing the previous one. So that's why at first I didn't say nothing, and then
So,
after a quarter an hour I noticed, oh, maybe
okay.
this is going for long, and then it's well. It's no problem. So the thing is, I see tomorrow. This was humanitarian, so I could give because I just saw this was the presentation humanitarian
Yeah, yeah,
and free open
yeah.
source software. So I could give that one. That means that I would have almost this, no yeah, not almost the same day, the whole day.
Okay. So,
I would
uh,
give lecture 12, 13, tutorial 5, and then the last one, lecture 14.
so how should we then do this now? What other option is available? It will be heavier for you tomorrow.
We'll wait for 1 or 2 more minutes. Let the other participants to join.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Let the other participants to join. Participants, I hope you are working, you have your laptops with you. Okay, because in this session, many of the things can be understood if you have your own laptop, with a prerequisite that I sent that you must have a Java. Okay, and along with that, for web scraping, I told you to install something, to install the Anaconda. Okay, I hope you all have, you are working on to the laptops basically, because it's going to be a session on SonarQube and web scraping. There are many things that you need to understand. It may get a bit complex while you are configuring the Jenkins with the SonarQube or with the GitHub. Okay, so have patience, and the web scraping part is not that tough, because I will start on the lighter note. I will let you understand what is SonarQube and how you work on SonarQube with the simple Java job, and then moving towards Jenkins with SonarQube. Okay, then SonarQube, Jenkins, and GitHub. And after that, one session, a small discussion on web scraping also. So let's start. So for this session, we are discussing on SonarQube and web scraping. Okay, just 2 to 3 slides for what is SonarQube. I just want you to have a clear view what is a SonarQube, and then we are straight away moving towards the hands-on session, that is how to install and how to configure, how to download all the SonarQube. So the first thing is SonarQube is an open source static code analyzer. I told you what is static code analysis tool. So it goes through the developer, it goes through the code and identifies the error at the early stage. It is used by the developers to manage source code quality and to analyze the issues like vulnerability. I told you there are many quality issues, or there are some vulnerabilities that are existing in the code. The quality issues like the existence of technical data, there might be existence of code smells, the manageability, the security, the reliability is there, usability is there. Now all these things can be analyzed statically by using the static analysis tool that's called SonarQube. There are some of the features for the SonarQube. It provides support for 25 plus different programming languages. Report possible bugs and code smells, code security vulnerabilities, creation of project specific rule, creation of project as per the specific rules. We call that as a quality profiles, and on the basis of those quality profiles, we have some quality gates. And if your application, if your job satisfies that quality criteria, we are going to say it is passed. Otherwise, we are going to say it fails. So apart from that, it's an automated code analysis tool. It can be integrated with GitHub, can discover memory leak, better visualizations are available, implement quality gates, and digs into issues. More than 50 plugins are available that can help you in extending the functionality of SonarQube. So basically, SonarQube is a static code analyzer. It will help you to analyze the code to find out the various problems, like it will tackle the various issues like technical debt, like code smells, like code smells, like other issues that are existing in the code. So let's start with it. Now, from where to download this SnarCube? Okay, for that, okay, you go to the SnarCube website. Go to the SnarCube website. Okay, open this link. Then there is one thing called Community Edition. Click on it, download it. Okay, it gets start downloaded. Once it's downloaded, okay, once it's downloaded, there are some prerequisites here that you need to look before you start this tool. Okay, so what are the prerequisites? You must be able to install, you must have a Java more than Java with at least of Java JDK 11 or JRE 11 or more than that also is a prerequisite that you must have in your system so that SnarCube can work. There are some hardware requirements that it must have 2 GB RAM, 1 GB RAM for the OS. So there are the various kinds of requirements that are existing. The one basic requirement I'm emphasizing is on the availability of Java with at least of Java 11 into your systems. And I hope you have already installed this Java onto your systems. So once you downloaded it, okay. Once you downloaded it, what you have to do is,
so your screen is not visible.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you should, yeah. So from where to get this SnarCube? Just open this link. Okay, when you open this link, click on the Community Edition. It's a free and open source. Download it. Okay, once it get downloaded, next thing is you must have some SnarCube requirements to look for. Few of the prerequisites are there, and some of the hardware requirements. One of the prerequisites is you must have Oracle JRE 11 or OpenJDK 11 or above than that, more than that. So it is a basic requirement that you need to have. If you don't have the Java in your system, you must install it. Okay. So once you have installed the Java, I hope you are working on Java and you know how to set the environment variable for the Java. Now look for the folder. Okay, look for the folder where the Java is. Okay. So and suppose my Java is at this folder. So what I can do. This is a path for my Java JDK 14. What I am going to do is just go to my system properties, then design specifications. Okay, in design specification, click on advanced settings, then environment variables, then set the path for this Java. Okay, I already set that path. You can see this; it's already existing. So if you don't have a Java path set into your system variables, please set that. Okay, because for the working of this SnarCube, it is required to have the Java working in your system. Okay, so then after that, now SnarCube installation. Go to Google SnarCube, download it. Now, once you downloaded that, see this. I have downloaded SnarCube. Unzip it. Okay. Once you unzip, I have already unzipped this at my desktop. You unzip it. Okay, open it. Then after this, okay, unzip it. Now you have the SnarCube server with you. Now the next thing that you need to look for is you have to configure this SnarCube. Okay, the one thing is there is in this folder, when you go to SnarCube, there is config. Okay, from SnarCube, unzip it first, then go to we'll show you again. Okay, in the SnarCube on the desktop, I have unzipped it. Then on config folder, click on wrapper file. Once you click on wrapper file, you need to set the path of Java. I think I've already shown that my Java is at this place. So what I have done is I set the path here. Okay, please do this task. Once you are done with it, that means the wrapper.java.command is equal to the path of Java where my Java is. So after doing this, close it. Okay, once this is done, now you have to go to SonarCube server again, go to bin file, click on the folder window x86, okay, window x86. So because we are running this SonarCube on Windows, so go to this place. Now in this open the command prompt. Once the command prompt is opened, now write the command start sonar.bat. Okay, start sonar.bat. Once you click it, the server is going to start. Okay, it will take some time to get it up. So let's see. Okay, so once you have done this, you will see the screen where this message will be there. SonarCube is up. Once this message is shown, okay, once this message is there in that command prompt in which you have opened, in which you have run the command start sonar.bat, okay, then go to the browser, okay, in that type this HTTP localhost 9000. So this is the port address for this localhost. So once this is up, let me see my server is up or not. It's still running. Now you can see, I hope you can see this message, SonarCube is up. Don't close this window, just minimize it. Okay, now click on, now you can open this, now you can open this link. You can open this link in the browser, localhost 9000 projects. Okay, so 9000 is basically the port address. So SonarCube, after starting, will ask for the username and the password because I have already installed this thing. I have run this thing. If you are running this for the first time, the SonarCube, after starting, will ask you for username and a password. By default, the username is admin and admin. Okay, you need to change that password. Suppose I have changed my password to this. Then after that, how to analyze the source code. Now, what is the meaning of this thing? This is the SonarCube server. Basically, this means that your server is now running. Now see what are the various things that are available with the SonarCube server. Now whatever the projects, whatever the jobs we are going to make, it will be shown when you click on this projects. What are the issues that are existing in the project that we have just run on this SonarCube will be shown in this place. And for each of the language, these are the rules that I was talking about. There are some default rules that are already there. For Java, there is 620 rules. It's support for 20 languages or 20 plus languages. So you can see for Java, it defines 620 rules. You click on any of this, you can see these are the basic rules that they have defined. These are basically some standards that they have taken for the coding and for all those things. Now further, what are the type of the things that they can show, but they consider it as a bug. So there are the different standards that they have defined. If you do this thing, then it will be considered as a bug. If you don't follow the particular standards, then what should be the criteria to say that this is a bug? What is the criteria when we say it's a vulnerability? There are the different vulnerabilities. You can see the 30 vulnerabilities rules that they have already defined. By default, they have defined 30 this vulnerability rules. Now, if you look at this, there is a code smell on. So that I told you which thing you are going to say it's a code smell. It might be causing errors for you in the future. These rules are by default existing. You can also define your rules in this. Okay. Now there are different security hotspots that can cause that need your attention to look for. Okay, various tags, and these all are the various features that are available with it. Now there are different quality profiles that are existing. Now when you are going to say for C, this is the quality profile. Now if you have defined certain rules, 250 rules in this, by default they have defined 250 rules. You can improve, you can change, you can add some more rules to it. Now on the basis of all these quality profiles, if you are running the job, okay, your job has to pass through some gate. You will be saying if the code is having a coverage of 80% value, then we are going to say the result is passed. The duplicate line should be less than 3% of the total code. So these are the default inbuilt rules that they are defined in the quality profiles. You can do that also. You can add, you can edit all these things here. Okay. Now after this, Okay. Once you are done with this SonarCube, this shows that this window shows that our SonarCube is running. Okay. This is, so what we have done till now, we have downloaded the SonarCube. Okay. We have downloaded the SonarCube window community version. Okay. Community edition from the website. Unzip it. Then after unzipping, we put the path, we go for the configuration of the server. How we have configured, go to the configuration file and put the wrapper path is equal to the path of the Java where your Java is located. So once you are done with it, okay, we go for the bin folder, and in that folder we run it, we type the command cmd, then write start sonar.bat, that will execute that and put the server into a working. Now next is how to analyze a source code. Now I am starting with a very basic kind of example where you are having single Java code, okay, Java file, and you want to see the results of Java file onto the SonarCube. Okay, whether the code you have written, it qualifies for the standards that you have defined for your coding. If yes, it will be passed. Or is there any bug in the software? Is there anything, any vulnerabilities? So we can do this thing here in this. And for running this, for analyzing the source code, you need a runner that is called SonarCube Scanner. Okay, the first requirement for once you are downloaded, you have to make the server on. You need a scanner. Okay, Sonar Scanner. So there are two things basically. One is called Sonar Server. The other one is called Sonar Scanner or the runner. It is required. Okay, now install this Sonar Scanner. How to install it? There are different types of scanners available. You can see. Okay, open it in the new window. You can see these all are the Sonar scanners. Okay, suppose I want to run the command line kind of scanner which is available for the command line. I want to write the command line instructions for running particular job. For that, I need to click on this. You download it. Once it get downloaded, okay, download the Windows 64 version. Download it. Once it downloaded, unzip it. Okay, so what you have to do? You have to download Sonar Scanner from the web page and download the Windows 64-bit scanner. Then unzip the Sonar Scanner. After you have unzipped the Sonar Scanner, I have already unzipped it. See this. I have this. This is my scanner. Open it again. After downloading, I have to unzip. Then I have to configure it. Go to the config file. There are certain commands that you need to write. These are the basic commands. Okay, I want to run one project. I want to run one demo Java project. I have named it. The project key is Java project. Then some sources are there. Then some Java binaries. Then there is something. This is called sonar.login. What is this? This is basically the Sonar token. From where to generate this token? It is to be generated from the Sonar server. Now, how to do this? Go to the Sonar server. Go to the Sonar server. Now create project. I want to create manual project. Suppose it was asking for my login. I want to log in first. Log in. Once I log in, I want to create demo Java project. Demo Java project. Set up. Then I want to go for locally. I'm running the task locally, so I'm clicking here. Now, suppose I'm also writing here, the name of this is demo Java project. Okay, demo Java project, generate token. Okay, so this is the token. Copy this. Okay, once it is copied, okay, you need to put this here. Okay, you need to put this here. Okay, then save it. Clear? So once you are done with that, your scanner is configured. Okay, so what we have to do, and one more thing that I forgot to tell you is before going for this configuration file, there one more thing that you have to do is configure the scanner, put the scanner, this path, setting the environment variable. It is required for both. Okay, both for scanner and both for the runner. You need to set the path for that. Okay, so this is basically for the SonarCube scanner that I'm taking the path of it and copying it at the environment variable. You know that how to do this. Basically, go to this place. Okay, then advanced settings. Click on advanced settings, then environment variables, and in the path. Okay, set the path. Give the path for this SonarCube scanner and also for the SonarCube server. Okay, so this is a path that you need to set first for running these commands on the system itself. Okay, so after this, after you have done this, you need to do all these things, that the configuring of the Sonar that I told you. You need to open and unzip it, then go to the Sonar properties, set all these things. So I have already done this. Okay, so this is basically the token that I have generated for my task. Okay, so after this, analyzing the Java project. Now, which Java project that you want to analyze? Suppose I have one folder in which one Java project is there. How to do? Just write cmd, open it. Now run the command sonar -scanner.bat. Once you run it, it will get executed. Okay, here in this example, I am having only one single Java program. So one file is indexed. Okay, it is executing, one source file is being analyzed, and execution is success. Now after this, what to do? Okay, so go to this projects. There is one project that we have analyzed. What is the project? That it passed all the conditions. There is 29 minutes of depth in this. 5 code smells are there. So these are basically the analysis that they have done. Reliability, they are calculating the reliability on the basis of number of bugs. Security on the basis of vulnerability. You remember I told you in the security we have discussed this concept of vulnerability and some other measures like technical debt and code smells. So maintainability is the thing that is looking for these kind of metrics called depth and the code smells. Okay, so what is this? Click on this code. You will see that one file example.java is run. Total line of code is 16. Code smells are 5. Okay, what is the meaning of this thing? Look to the measures. Okay, I'm looking for the reliability. What are the issues I am having? These all are the code smells that I'm having. Now you can what the beauty of this tool is, if there is any problem that is existing in your code, it will ask you, it will show you that and allow you to go in depth. You can see what is the problem it is mentioning. It says the file package, move this file to a named package. Okay, so remove this was we are opening, remove the unused import.java.util. Okay, what is saying that I have one Java program. You can see this is the one Java program I am having. Okay, let me open it. Okay, so in this there is something written like import java.util. So it is saying while at the time of execution, this command, while that static analysis, if this code is not going to be executed at any time, so it says that it's a code smell. It may cause some problem in the future. Now it's up to you. The characteristics that are required, that cannot be changed, that cannot be removed. The removal of those characteristics may cause some problem. So it depends upon you that whether you are taking that as a code smell or not. So this is a very basic kind of thing. You can see this. Okay, so this is basically the overview. I haven't run it next time. So when I run, if I remove that vulnerability, if I remove that code smell, I run it again, I will have a newer code version. I have the all the metrics for the newer code also. So this is one of the basic examples that we can do with this SonarCube and the Java projects. Any doubt with this, how to configure SonarCube, how to configure Sonar Scanner, how to run the Java project? Any doubt you can ask. Yes, if you have any doubt, you can ask. I hope you all are running this Java, this SonarCube. Meanwhile, I'm giving the demonstrations. If you have any doubt, you can ask, please. Then I will be moving towards SonarCube and Jenkins. So if you have any doubt, you can ask. Okay, you can think if you have any doubt with it. Yes, anything to ask onto that? How to run this SonarCube and how to configure it, and how to configure the scanner. What is the use of scanner basically? If you want to run the job, okay, if you are running the job that is existing onto your system, you need to configure that. You need to have some runner for that. Server is going to show your results, but the things that the results that the configuration part of the job is into the scanner that we are having. I hope you got the concept right. Okay. Okay, you can see the lines of code 16 and all those things. There are different metrics that you can look for and can have and use this for your research purpose. Okay, and I have seen many papers. In which this SonarCube is being used. One of the persons have done the analysis of technical debt. That means if you are having the code, they have taken the versions of the various softwares, and after analyzing those versions, for each versions they are analyzing the technical debt. So what is the objective that they are having? They want to show that with the evolution of the software, technical debt is increasing or decreasing. That means they have the feature, they have the objective of looking for the quality factors and other maintainability issues. I hope the thing is clear on this. Okay, so if you are looking for the depth and the code smells and the maintainability is there. Now you can there are many things that you can also do with these kind of. This is just a one program that I have run. If you have a number of Java files in one folder, the same task that you have to do is right click on open that folder, go to that address bar and write command, open the command prompt, then just write start sonar scanner.bat. Then it will be running executing all the things, and results will be shown onto the SonarCube. So I hope the things are clear now on that part. Now move to the next part. Okay, moves to the next part. Now there are, I told you that SonarCube has inbuilt support for various plugins. Now how to install those plugins? If you want any of the plugins to be installed, how to install that? In a SonarCube server, go to administrator menu. Okay, go to administration. In that there is something called marketplace. Look, there are different types of plugins that are available. Okay, you can have, if you want to use any of this, you need to install it. Okay, then if I have already installed some of the things that like this code, 3D code metrics or updates only, that you can install or do the things from this place also. Okay, so this is how to install the plugin into the SonarCube. So we are done with I have told you two things. One is running the Java project on the SonarCube by using the Sonar scanner or command CLI. Then second is how to install the plugins from the SonarCube server. Now next is, let me show you this. Now next is SonarCube and Jenkins. Now what is Jenkins basically? Okay, Jenkins is an open source automation server. What is the meaning of that? What is the meaning of that thing? It's a kind of server that allow you to deploy, to build, or to maintain your codes basically. Support building, deploying, and automating the project. It allows the continuous integration of the code. You can see this. What is a continuous integration? Basically, it is a development practice where developer will integrate the code into the shared repository. That means if you have developed certain kinds of code and you are making certain kind of changes to it, by default you want whenever some change is being done, your integration, whenever some change is being done onto the repository, the code analysis will be performed. You can use these kind of things. Integration of code is done at the regular intervals. It helps in overcoming the problems of detecting later occurrence of issues in the build. In most of the cases, frequent builds are done by the developers. So these are the basic things that you have to discuss. Now, what we have to do with this and this hands-on session with Jenkins. Now, what you have to do is first open this Jenkins. Okay. Okay, I'm opening this Jenkins. Okay, you click on download. Okay, when you click on download, there are various ways. first see what is Jenkins, what the look at this. The leading open source automation server. Jenkins provide hundreds of plugins to support building, deploying, and automating any project. So it is a kind of automation tools, that automation servers that you are having, and it allow you for the easy configuration, easy installation, and continuous integration and the delivery, continuous delivery of the product. So it's very useful to have this Jenkins integrated with the Git repositories and some other things that you have for your job. You can use this. Now after this, go to download. On the download Jenkins, click on this generic Java packages. Okay, download it. I have already downloaded it. Okay, so when you click on this, it get downloaded. Okay, once it get downloaded, like Jenkins, this thing Jenkins var. Once it get downloaded, now you need to go to CMD. Wait, yeah. So in a download Jenkins to this section, click on generic Java packages, download it. Okay. Open the command prompt, then run this command. Or this command. Okay. How to run this? Open command prompt. Then I'm going to write Java jar. Okay. The path where my Jenkins.var file is being downloaded. Okay, just run it. Once you run this, the installation of this will started. Okay, it will start installing. Once the installation is done, it will generate one token. Please note this token. Okay, this is the token generated while I'm installing, because it's gonna be same for my side, because I've already installed the Jenkins on my system. So copy this and put this thing into some notepad for your later references. You will be shocked by you'll be looking to you will need to understand that why I'm saying this. Well, you need this token to be placed into the for login into the Jenkins. Okay, so I'm copying it now. Let it be open. Let it be open. And open the browser, and the localhost 8080 is the port for this Jenkins server. Okay, now click on this. You will see this window. Once you run this Jenkins, you will see this window. Okay, let me open it in the new window. Okay, yeah. Sign in. Now the default password is admin, and the key, I told you to copy that key into the notepad, because for login you need that. Okay, it got logged in. Is it clear? This is the dashboard for Jenkins. This is the dashboard for Jenkins. I have already created few jobs. I will delete that before or make some new jobs to run onto this Jenkins. Okay, so let's see. Okay, username is this and password is this. That is the token that is generated for each time you are going to run. You are going to run to make the server on. You need to go to that WAR file. You need to download. If you have already downloaded it, you need to go to the command prompt. In the command prompt, you have to write Java. This command basically Java /jar. Then the file where the Jenkins WAR file is. So it make you to run that Jenkins server on. And the local host for this is the port that is using is 8080. Now after this, how to integrate Jenkins and the SnarQube? There are two major steps for this. One is setting on the SnarQube server, and second is settings on the Jenkins servers. Okay, so there are two things that you having now. You want that the job that you have created on the Jenkins. The first thing that we have created the job for the SnarQube scanner. Now I am talking, I have created some job that to be run on the Jenkins server, and I want the output to be shown onto the SnarQube scanner. Now how to do that? So that is the integration of Jenkins and the SnarQube. Now see this. So on the SnarQube server, okay, create new project. Suppose demo Jenk. Okay, I am creating the demo for the Jenkins. Click locally, generate demo underscore jink, generate the token. Okay, this name is already being there. So generate some another token. I'm creating that token. Okay, so I need to copy it. Okay, copy this. Then, okay, so this is how you are going to create. This is how you are going to take generate the tokens on the server side. And note this. Okay, so please put this thing here. Then after that, onto the Jenkins server. Now this is all about on the things that you have to done on the part of this SnarkCube server. Now, if you talk about the Jenkins server, what are the things that you have to do is perform the following steps. The first is installing SnarkCube plugin. Okay. Then configure SnarkCube credentials, adding SnarkCube to the Jenkins, then install SnarkCube and then run the job. So what are we will be taking each and every step manually. Okay, so the first thing is installing SnarkCube plugin. So open the Jenkins, click on Manage Jenkins. Okay, click on Manage Jenkins. Then from that, click on the available manage plugin. Okay, then click on plugin, then click on available. Okay, now I want to install the plugin for SnarkCube because I want my job to run. I want to integrate SnarkCube scanner. I want to integrate SnarkCube with Jenkins. So I need to have a scanner for Jenkins basically. So please copy it and look for it. I have already installed it. Okay, if you look for this installed versions, let me write Sonar. Okay, I have already installed it, SnarkCube scanner for Jenkins. Okay, if you don't install it, then the integration is not going to be feasible. So this is the first step that you have to do. The first step is in the Manage Jenkins, go to, so I'm going to repeat this, go to Manage Jenkins, Manage Plugin, okay, Available, then write Sonar. What are the available this plugin for this? So this thing is there, and I have already installed it. If you haven't installed, then it will be shown there. You can see it's SnarkCube scanner for Jenkins. It's already installed. Now after this, okay. After this, the second step, configure SnarkCube credentials. Okay, what is the meaning of this? Go to Jenkins. Click on Manage Jenkins. Okay, then from Manage Jenkins, you need to click on Global Credentials. This is the global. Let me see this. Manage Credentials. Click on Jenkins and let's see this. Let me repeat this. Manage Jenkins, and onto the Manage Jenkins, you need to click on Manage Credentials. Then from Manage Credentials, you need to click on Jenkins. Okay, then Global Credentials. I have already created one token. Let's delete it first and create it. Add credential. Okay, now in the kind, it's going to be a secret text. Okay, what is the secret text I am having? This token I have generated for the job to run on the SnarkCube. So this is the token. The ID is going to have Sonar token. Okay, click on OK. So this thing is there. So this is basically what we have done is the management. We have done this for the credentials. Basically, we have managed the credentials using this. Now after this, adding SnarkCube to the Jenkins. Okay. Now for this, go to Configure System. In this, Manage Jenkins. Then configure system. Once you click on configure system, okay, then click on this environment in the SnarkCube server. Click on this, check this environment variable. Environment variable enable injections of the SnarkCube servers. Just check it. Then name this SnarkCube. Put the localhost address. And in this, we have already defined one token in the credentials. Just add it here. Once this thing is added, okay, once this thing is done, just go and save it. Okay, just go and save it. So this is all about it. And the environment variable, you need to check it, name type SnarkCube server, that is the address that we have to give. Then select server authentication token. We have already done with this. Then apply and save. So this is the thing that you have to do while you are configuring the system. Now the last part that we have to do is the global tool configuration. Now how to do this? Go to manage Jenkins, click on global tool configuration, scroll down to the SonarCube scanner, install it automatically and apply. So how to do this? Manage Jenkins, then global tool configuration, go to the global tool configurations, then go to the SonarCube, add this SonarCube scanner, click on SonarCube installation, add this, select this, name this scanner, then install it automatically. I'm just clicking on it. I have already installed this. You need to check it and click on apply and save. Once you do this, so your this thing is configured. Your Jenkins server is now configured. Now the next thing is you need to create a job. Okay, the first is I'm going to create one Java that similar Java project. I want to run that Java project with the help of this Jenkins. Now how to do that? Now click on new item. Okay, and this new item I'm writing demo Jink Java project. Job is already there. I need to delete that first. Okay, this project I have already executed. Just delete this. Okay. Now create a new project. Enter the name demo Jink Java project. Okay, click on freestyle. Click on OK. Now, now after this, click on this advanced and custom workspace. Copy the path of the job. I want to run this job. Properties. Go to this. Copy this path. Just give the path to it. Okay. More options, then click on properties. This is the complete path. Yeah, copy it and paste that into this place. Once you do this, okay, once you are done with this, then after, okay, you have already done with this. Now execute this with the help of how you want to execute this job. You need to build the job. Now I want to run some Java commands for that. Now what are the basic commands to run a program? Basically, if you want to compile Java C, the name of the file that you want to run. Okay, so that is, let me check that first. Let me check that. Okay. That is the name of file. I want to run it. I'm going to copy it. Then once it got copied, now I'm going to put java.example.java. Next command that I want to run is Java, same thing, and apply it. Okay, and save this. Now click on build now. Once you build, the job get executed. Okay. It will take time to get executed. Now you can see it got executed. Okay. Now see the output for it first. Console output. You have seen this. This is they have run it, and value for m is 5 and value for n is 9. So I have done something that just to the two values are passed and the value for that is going to be shown. Now how to show this output onto the Jenkins? For that, onto the SonarCube server. For that, I want to build that with the SonarCube scanner. Okay. Now in the analysis properties, okay, go to this analysis properties. Then write the set the snark properties. You know that we have already done this in the other case when we are running it. Okay. Now copy the same path. This is the token that we have told you that you have generated some demo gen kind of thing. So for this project basically. Then after this, there is this token here, and now apply and save. Once you apply and save, now build now. You build this program. If the execution is successful, you are now going to get the output on the Snark cube. Okay. Yeah, it got run. Okay. So you can see this is the program, that is demo gen project. How many files were there? Just one file. The similar example that we have run simply by using the this normal sonar scanner. Now we are running that thing onto the Jenkins with the help of with the help of this. We are running that Java job with the help of Jenkins and putting the output onto the Sonar cube. So this is the basic integration of Sonar cube with Jenkins. So what the thing we have done? Okay, I hope the things are clear to you. Okay, so what basically we have done, you can remember this thing and this first. Okay, the first thing is clear, that is Sonar cube with a simple Java project. Now when we have to integrate Jenkins with the Sonar cube, you need to first create the job onto the Sonar cube server, copy its token. Okay, then once the token is being copied, you need to pass that tokens in the Sonar properties. Remember that. So for that, this is the setting that you have to done on the Sonar cube server side. Now on the Jenkins server, install Sonar cube plugin. Okay, the first thing is you need to install the Sonar cube plugin. Just go to that here and then install onto the dashboard and install this. Okay, then click on manage Jenkins and manage plugin. Okay, we have done these things. First is by configuring that, installing the plugins. Then we have managed the credentials. Then we have configured the system. Then we have done the global tool configuration. So we have worked onto it. Then after that, after this whole thing is being done, adding the Sonar cube to the Jenkins configured system, we have done it. Now install the Sonar cube. That means we have to done it with the global configuration. Then run the job. For we have created one job that is onto our system. We set the path of that onto that place, and after that, once it is there, then we run it and it got executed. So this is a very simple. This is the one process that you can see with the integration of Sonar cube with the Jenkins. Now, what the things you are getting here basically onto this side, basically when you run this, you see projects. Okay, this is the output that we are having. Code smells, and what is the code that you are having? 16. I have already explained this thing because I am taking the similar Java examples for the simple Sonar scanner and also for running this this job onto the Jenkins. So I hope the things are clear. If any doubt you have, you can ask how to configure Jenkins with the Sonar cube, because I have one more task for this, that is Sonar cube, Jenkins, and GitHub. If you have any doubt with the integration of this Jenkins with the Sonar cube, please ask. Yes, any doubt? Okay. So next is integrating GitHub repository with Jenkins and the Sonar cube. How to do that? Okay. Similar thing, click on the new item. I want to create demo project. I want to create demo where Jenkins is there and GitHub is going to be there. Okay. Click on freestyle, click on OK. The job is here. Okay. The next is click on this get. Give the path of the repository that you want to analyze. For example, I created one demo kind of account on this. So when you click on this, there is this repository is there. It has two branches. One is main, another one is master. In the master, I have 3 files, add 2 Java files, one PI files. Okay, so I want this thing to be integrated with Jenkins, with SonarQube. How to do that? Click on code, copy this path. Okay, then onto the Jenkins, paste the repository URL. Okay, once you do this, okay, how are you going to build it? Execute Sonar scanner. Okay, again the same properties that you already know how to set it. This is the token that you have generated from the SonarQube website, that on the SonarQube side. I'm using the previous token that I've already generated. So once I have done this, I'm going to apply and save it. Once I save it, now click on build now. So my repository is there, Jenkins is there, then SonarQube. So this is the basic integration of Jenkins, SonarQube, and GitHub. It got executed. Okay, you can also see the console output if you want. And this is the console output. Okay, these all things are you can see and analyze it. What are the things that they have done? First, they have cloned the Git repository, then the Jenkins integration with the SonarQube, the running the SonarQube properties, and then they are showing the output that you have to see in this. Okay, now back to project. Let me show the output on the Jenkins. So this is the demo Git 1. How many files there are there? There are 3 files. Add num Java, hello Java, myfile.py. Okay. Now after that, there are number of lines, bugs, vulnerabilities, code smells, hotspots for the security, the coverage, the test coverage basically to indicate how many lines are being tested for this, and duplications, and there are many other things that you can have and see. So this is the depth we are having, the code smells. So on the basis of the number of files you are having in the repository, you can run and execute all those things. So it's going to be a very good learning when you integrate. Now, what is the basic purpose of doing this? Basically, if you go and configure, you have this repository. If some pull request is there, okay. Now, every time you are going to make the build, you are going to build the project. No, you have to be specific with some kind of features. You need to specify some build trigger. Okay, there are some schedules that you can give. Suppose I am giving one schedule in which whenever there is some changes that is being implemented onto my some pull request is merged onto my repository. Whenever that thing is there, it will automatically get executed and show me the results. Okay, so it is going to be executed automatically because I have defined the pull trigger. I hope you have done triggers in SQL. You know what is the meaning of trigger. The executing the things, the program get executed on the specific events. So the events I have specified whenever there is some poll SEM, that means there is some change in the source code management, the configuration, that concurrent version kind of the repository, the changes in the repository, please execute them, build that automatically. So it will build automatically, and you can see the output onto this SonarQube server. And you can also if the new code is there, it will show you the new code because we have already having all the codes that executed previously. So it's going to not going to show anything new in the new code. So I haven't added anything new into this. So that's why it's just the 3 files, again the 3 files. So this is the thing. I think it's clear to you what can you do and how you can do the things onto the demo Jenkins with this integration of the Jenkins, Git, and the other thing is with the help of this SonarQube. Any doubt onto this part, you can ask. Yes. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Okay. Are you working or are you working, Anna? I hope you are working along. Or what are you sharing? Okay. So if you have any doubt onto this, you can ask. This is all I have to do with this SonarQube. Okay. The thing that I have to discuss is on web scraping. Basically, if you have any doubt, the first thing I can recall the things for you. It's very it might be a bit confusing because we have done too many things with it. Because the first thing is that you have the SnarCube, you have the scanners. Okay, then you have the scanners. The first task that we have done is SnarCube with a normal Java project. Okay, if you have the SnarCube, you first download it from the website. Then you have to go and do the configuration, unzip it and configure it, take the path of the bin folder and put it into the environment variables. Okay, then after that type go to the configuration file, type the Java path there also for the wrapper. Okay, then run it the scanner by using run the server basically that starts sonar.bat. You can run it. Then after that there is some Java projects that you have. Go to that folder, go to that address bar and write command prompt and execute the command by execute the task that you are having, Java project task that you are having in your folders with the basic commands like sonar scanner, sonar-scanner.bat. So it got executed, all the Java parts got executed. Then I have introduced you to the concept of Jenkins. I told you what is the concept of Jenkins, the building automation server. Okay, whenever there is certain build, you don't need to go and if there is certain kind of changes are there, it help you to the continuous integration of the changes. So what we have done, we have the scanner, we have the servers on our Cube server, we need to configure it. Then secondly, onto the Jenkins server, we have to run it by writing the command java/java-jar, then specify the full path of the generic Java var file that you have downloaded. Then Jenkins, then that got executed, copy that token that is being generated, because that is the password for the Jenkins. The admin is the basic kind of the by default password for the admin, for the username is admin. Then put your token there and log in. Then create new jobs, generate the tokens, name it freestyle, generate the tokens, and then configure it. Okay, for the configurations, four things that you have to do. First is, if you want to use the SnarCube, you need to manage the plugin. Second, you need to manage the credentials. That means the job that is being created at the server side, that is Sonar server side, you need to take that token and paste it into this credential side. Name it as a Sonar token. Then after that, configure the system. You need to install the Sonar scanners for running the jobs onto this. Then the last one is the global configuration that you have to do. This is the configuration part with the Jenkins. Then create the job that you have already created. You can go and give the path for it. Give the path from path of the project, first Java project, the folder which is there. Then after that, you need to go and give the path for that Java projects. Then after that, you can go and give the scanner properties if you want to integrate it with the scanner. So give the scanner properties and its scanner property files that you know. I have told you how to give it. Then click apply and save. Now build it. Now you will get the output on the SnarCube. So that was the second thing that we have done, Jenkins with the SnarCube. The last part that we have discussing is integration of Jenkins, SnarCube, and the GitHub. For that, you need to have one GitHub repository, address of that GitHub repository, create the new job. Okay, the Jenkins server is already configured. You don't have to configure it again. Okay, just give the path by selecting the source SCM, select the Git, give the path of the Git repository, GitHub repository. Then onto that, you have to specify the build triggers, then how you are going to build it with the help of scanners. So you are going to give that build, and either you are going to execute on the Windows, executing Windows command, you can look for that. Otherwise, you need to give only the SNAR properties, analysis properties, click apply and save. I think this is all about the SnarCube scanner. If you have any doubt with the SnarCube, Jenkins, and the GitHub, you can ask. Okay. Yes. So the next thing is web scraping. How to do that? So first is, what is the concept of web scraping? Why you want to go for web scraping? Okay. Suppose you have some text. So I have given you one example. So you open that sourceforge.net, for example. Okay, I'm not going to do scraping on this side, okay, but for example, if you have this or GitHub account, you have some, okay, in this you have any of the projects, suppose Apache project that we have opened earlier. Okay, you want to scrap some of the things from it. Okay, suppose for example the number of reviews and the stars, these downloads, the last update, this text, or any of the things that you can see here. Okay, now how to do that? There are two ways to do this. Okay, there are two ways to scrap that, to take the things from this website. One is manually. Okay, that is the most easy thing that you can do. Okay, but the easy thing always go on to the other side of requiring the more effort that you have to put to get the things right. Okay, so the other way is you can go for the web scraping. Okay, so this is the automatic approach that if you want to follow the automatic approach for scraping the data from the websites, then you are on to the right track of you have chosen the right thing. That's how to know, that is how to do the web scraping by using all those things. Okay, so this is this is your choice. Then web scraping is for you if you are on to the automatic side. If somebody says I will be comfortable with manual, I think it's not the right thing if you want to scrap only from website. But if the multiple sites are there, the multiple contents to be scrapped, then how you are going to do that? For example, if you have news, you want to analyze, you want to go to the Google. Okay, suppose you are going to the Google, not Google Scholar, it's Google. Okay. I'm writing basically, suppose COVID news. I have these news for COVID, and I know that these all texts are useful, that they only show the news related to coronavirus or the COVID. I want to scrap it, the multiple pages, the multiple links, the multiple content onto it. Then you will see the beauty of this web scraping. Okay, this web scraping will ease your task and take the things from this source in a very easy manner. You have to code some of the content, but it will ease your task. It will it will give you results in a very better and manageable. You can manage the things in a better way. Okay, so let us do this now. So what do you need to do the web scraping? You need to have a Python, Jupyter notebook, and install some of the libraries. Which libraries you need? Selenium, Beautiful Soup, and Pandas. I have already sent this message to you people to install these libraries, and I am assuming that you are running the task parallelly onto your system also. Okay, so how to do this? What is the workflow of doing the web scraping? First is the URL of the web page that you want to scrap. Okay, suppose the first task I have to do is onto the Flipkart, and whatever the scrapping I am going to do, it's only for the educational purpose. Okay, I don't have any intention to use this data for commercial or for any other purpose. Okay, this all the tasks that I am doing, it's only for the educational purpose, just to make you aware about the things on how to do the web scraping basically. Okay, so suppose I want to look for LEDs. These all are the options for LEDs. Okay, this is the whole web page. You can scroll, you can go and see what are the various options you have. Now I want the name and the price. I want to scrap the name and the price of each and every of the options that are being displayed onto this page. How to do that? Okay, one approach I already told, it's manual. If someone is comfortable with the manual, he can do that. Okay, but I'm onto the other side. I'm going to make you learn this new thing called web scraping with the help of Python code. Okay, so inspect the page. What is the meaning of inspection? I hope you know this. What is inspection basically? Okay, for this this web page, okay, there is some HTML, there is some this code, this XML code or HTML code is available. You can see this HTML code. Basically, it's an HTML code. So this HTML code is available for each and everything. Suppose I want to take this, how to inspect it, right click onto this, and this is the thing that I want to take. That is, it's showing this division. It has a particular class that, for example, the class is this minus hyphen this underscore 4R R01T. Okay, you can see this. I am just enlarging it. This is the class because this is the name that I want to take. Along with that, I want to take the price, similarly inspected and price. Okay, and what is the base class for this? Similarly, you can also take that thing. This is the base class for this division. Okay, so how to do this now? So this is the basic concept of inspecting the web page. Okay, two things I told you. One is what is web scraping, and second is, for the purpose of web scraping, we have to inspect the web page. You need to know the URL of the web page. Secondly, you need to know the elements, the identifiers for these elements, because this element is going to be identified with the help of this specific class. This is unique, basically. The class is basically unique for this. Okay, so the class will indicate the name of all the options that we are having and we have shown. So how to do this? After inspection, which data to extract? I told you there are certain elements that you want to check. You don't want the whole data, but if you want the whole data, you can do that. Okay, but if you don't want to extract a whole data, but if you want to extract only the limited elements, then you can inspect only those elements and take the classes for that. Then do some coding, execute the code, and data will be extracted. Okay. So last thing is, you want to store that data, you can store it and use for the purpose. Now let's do that. Okay. How to do this? For that, I need to run a navigator. If you have any question on web scraping, you can ask. Okay, this is the basic workflow of web scraping. The web page, the inspect the page, the data to extract, do some coding, execute the code, and data will be extracted, store the data. Okay, so let it open first. It's running, it will take some time to get executed. You know, it would be much better if you are sitting in, we are having the physical kind of interaction, because this task require a lot of concentrations also, and a lot of interest to do the things, because there are small settings that you have to do for configuring. The basic task for Java, this SonarQube, Jenkins, and GitHub integration is the configuration of the servers, scanners, and the Jenkins. That is the main part. Okay, it requires concentrations from your side, and you need to do the things in a stepwise manner. These things look simple, but when you do it, you will find the complexity of the work, because the work that you are doing, it should be always you think that I have done everything right, whatever the teacher is saying, whatever the tutor is saying, I have done that, but still I am getting error. Okay, that is a part of coding, that is a part of thing that you will see when you are running that Java, when you are running that SonarQube, Jenkins, and GitHub. Okay, but still, if you have any doubt, you can ask me anytime, even now or afterward. I'm available for you people at any time. Okay, so once it got executed, now I'm going to launch the Jupyter Notebook. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So what to do with this? On the desktop, then on desktop I have some files for web scraping. Open it. Now, what to start? How to start? First, install the libraries. Okay, I have already installed this library. The command to do this is conda install selenium, then conda install bs4, conda install pandas. Install it. Okay, once you install this, okay, then write a bit of code. I'm not saying a large code, just a small part of code that you have to write for this. For completion of this task, you need to write something. Okay, and one more thing I forgot to tell, that you need a web driver. Okay, so for that, what you have to do, go and download the Chrome web driver. Okay, I have already installed that. In this web driver, I have Chrome driver.exe. Take this path, put it into the environment variables again. I hope you know this. Go to properties. I will pass this at this place itself. Okay, so that web driver.exe, I'm going to pass it here. Okay, from Selenium is basically a library for automated testing of the web pages. Basically, if you heard about it, there are the different work that you can do with this. The one of the basic thing that we do with this, because this is called Selenium IDE. Selenium IDE is there. We do the automated, it's a playway kind of tool that you do automate the things, automate the testing process. So onto that, we want the Selenium, okay, because we want the this browser to be open automatically. Okay, so for that I'm importing that library from the Selenium. Then again creating a BS from BS4. I'm importing the beautiful soup. These are the functions. These are the library. These are the functions that are already defined in these libraries. Then import pandas as PD. So I'm declaring one PD as an object for this. Then after that, driver. Okay, so that is what I was saying. Driver is equal to web driver chrome c.driver. Okay, now what I want to do with this, I told you the first task was I want to scrap this. I want to take the name and the product name. So you can see there are a number of products. So I'm going to store all these names into one list, the product, the price onto the another list. Okay, so that's why I need two. I've created two lists. Okay, one is product, another one is prices. Then driver.get to pass the URL, whatever the URL that you are looking that you want to scrap. I told you this is the first step, and that you need to install. Then you need to pass the URL. Okay, then the content is going to be stored in the soup variable. Now execute this. Okay, execute it. Run. Okay, now the logic to extract and store data in a variable. Now what is the logic? That there are, now you have all the content in this soup. Now if you want to see what is in soup, then print it. You can have the look for this to print the output. Yeah, it is taking time. You can see there is some time that this time bar is there. You can see it's executing. Okay, so you can see it has extracted the output. So it is the whole HTML script that it has extracted. So it has extracted all the things, but I want only price and the name. How to do that? Everything I was looking, it is in this. Now I am going to take the data that is required from this output. Now how to do that? I've created one loop for a in soup, find all, then this thing, then this is the class name, the base class name. Until this base class is not over, I'm going to execute it multiple times and storing the attributes, storing the values of this name, the product name into this name variable, price into this variable. I'm not going to consider this rating, so leave that. Okay, so product append. I want if one product, if one price, if one name is extracted, then I want to store it into the products and the prices into this thing. Okay, the name is going to be stored in the products and prices is the price is going to be stored in prices. So what are these basically? Products and the prices. These are the list that we have created. So these are the list. This is the way how we are going to create the list. Okay, once you do that. And product.append.name, you can see, you can print the output here, but let me show you the output first here. Okay, what the output I am getting. Let me execute this. Yeah, you can see the output is here. The name and the price, the name and the price, the name and the price, name and the price. Somebody may say, I don't want the output here. I want the output to be stored in some web page or some in some CSV file. So these are the basic commands to create the data frames. Basically, we want to create the data to be in some tabular form. So you can do that. Okay, so in that I want the data frame to have two columns. One is called product name, other one is called price. All the list, all the values of the products are going to be stored in the product name, and these are basically the headings that you see in this. You are going to see onto that part. So if I show the output here without transferring it to the CSV, let's see what the output is going to show. You can see now it's in tabular form. I hope the difference is very much clear. You can see it's not tabular. Okay. And when you created the data frame, you know this is the property of data frame that this is in a more tabular form. I want this output to be in CSV file. How to do that? Okay, and go here. Now execute this. I'm not hiding this output. Okay, just run this. Now the product.csv is created in my home directory where I'm having this file. So I'm having this file onto the web, onto the desktop. This product is the name of file. You can see I have given, just close it. This thing needs to be closed. This thing should be closed. Okay, you can see this. I have created a file called products.csv. Okay, so when I have created this file, it got stored here. It got stored here. You open it, you can get the output in this. You can see this. Now the output is in this CSV file. Okay. So this is the one task that we have to do with the web scraping. Now after this, another task. Okay. Any doubt on the first task? Any doubt on the first task? Where are you? Any doubt you can ask? Okay, move forward. Second task. Now, if you're not comfortable in speaking, you can send a message in the chat window also. It would be better for me if you interact in a better way, because this session is very useful from the point of the research also, because the problem is when you want to do something, you need the data for that. And what we do, we always go for Google and we write the database, the name, this database, this database. If you are getting the database, that means somebody has already done work onto it. Okay, so the other part is you need to add the novelty to it by um, by some methods that you have to look for, and you need to explore the things that you can do. So one novelty, the one very good factor while you are doing the research is generating the data. It should not be a pressure cooker data. I hope you understand the term called pressure cooker data. The data is being generated by hypothetically. Okay, it's not going to be a good way of doing the research. If you want to have a good site, good publication, that you should have a data that is pure. That means you haven't got it from you haven't created it hypothetically. Okay, so it will add one feather to your cap when you are writing the research paper, that how you are extracting the data. So this whole talk of the day I have delivered, it's all on the generation of the data, starting from the metrics and starting from the technical text and all those quality metrics, security vulnerabilities. And even now, I have shown you how you are going to use this snark cube, and how you are going to use this thing called web scraping. Okay. So let me come to the next part. Okay. The next task is how to scrap the data from other website. Take an example of GNDU. Okay, GNDU website. It's only for education purpose. I'm again saying this about university. I want to take all this. I want to take this text basically for some purpose. I want to take this data. And how to do this? Again, go to web scraping. Just wait. Yeah. The similar thing. The first is you need to install. Okay, you need to install certain libraries for this purpose of scraping. I've already installed. I told you, Conda, install Selenium, Conda, install BS4, that is beautiful soup for library for the beautiful soup. Then pandas for creating the data frames that we are having. So after that, I told you that the driver path should be defined, and then the URL, pass the URL to the driver.get by using the function driver.get. What this driver.get basically doing is, okay, this driver, if you see this driver.chrome, I'm saying this Chrome driver is placed at this place, because when you run this now, you will be seeing that there is one window that is opening. Okay, then one browser is opening. That is this task, that driver.get, and this will ask to the exe file of that Chrome driver that I have installed at C web driver and this. So I have default. I have stored it at this place. So once you do this, then after this driver.get, this function is basically assessing the website. It make you open that website. Okay, then driver.page.source, it will take that source and store the content, access the content from the source and store it into the soup basically. So let me show you this thing. If you see this now, see this first. If you run this soup, print the soup, it will show you all the content of that web page that is online. This web page. This is the address of this web page. Basically, I have taken this web page and this address is here. Now, when you run it, okay, we are going to get the output. You see this browser is opening. You see this? This is what I was saying when you are writing this driver.get and this driver webdriver.chrome. Okay, the Chrome, this is asking, this is basically calling to the place where this Chrome driver is. Then onto that Chrome driver, it is passing that parameter as to open this specific URL. So once it open, it take the content from it. All the functions are there. It's a bit of coding, I think. You can see the output is here. The thing is here. You can see this is all text HTML that tags we are having. You can extract if you know the parsing, you know the file processing. You can do it very easily. But the beauty of this scrapping, you can do it right here. Okay. I just want the about uni. Okay, I just want this text. How to do this? I told you, right click onto it, click on inspect, and onto the HTML, you can see the class for that. Okay, it should be a unique. The class is there. You can take it. Okay, you can take it and put it here. Okay, what we have done, we have taken this class and put it here. So this is the class basically, that is I was talking about university. You can see this is the content I have to take. Okay, so I want to take this whole content basically. So I have taken this. I'm hiding this soup content first. Okay, now I'm going to run it. What's the problem? You can see this, it need to be intended. Okay, this is the one issue that's why I'm saying seeing the thing is very easy. When you execute the things, you are about to see, because you see whenever I'm executing, one new window is going to be open, one browser is going to be open, every time the browser is open, you can see this. Okay, so this is the content that I was talking about. I have taken it about university. It has also taken this tag also, because this is the way they have coded it, and you can see this. The data is here basically. The data is here. Okay, this is the way they have coded it. I don't know what things they are doing in this. So you can see this text is here. This is the beauty of scraping. So where you can use this depends upon the problem that you are having. This depends upon the things that you are having, and you want to perform for the research purpose and for all those things. Now the next question, okay, is there any legal issue if you do the scraping of some websites? What do you think? Is there any legal issue? Yes. I told you about web scraping, how to do the web scraping by using Python and by using on the Jupyter notebook. So I've done 2 tasks for that, and now it's your time to speak something. You have learned so many things in this session. I hope that you have learned so many things in this session. But do you think there is any legal issues if I do the scraping of websites? Yes, please speak. Is there anyone who gonna respond? I don't see any message from your side. Okay. That means you understood everything. That's really good. I hope you got everything right. Now, when you do the scraping, there is always yes, answer is yes, or maybe no, because it depends upon the access permissions of that website. Okay, and moreover, whenever I'm doing scraping, I said I haven't talked about the thing that I have to talk right now. But whenever I'm doing the scraping, I was saying this thing that it's for educational purpose. I don't have any intent to do some commercial business with it. Okay. So what is the mean of this? Now, how are you going to get the access permissions of that web page or that website? Is it there anything? Now, for that, you need to look for the robot.txt file. Okay. Robot.txt file of the website and read those permissions onto that. For example, if you open it, this is the robot file. They have allowed, disallow some of the user agents and allow. So you can see there are many permissions that they have given. So this is one of the basic thing that all of the persons, those who do the website, you can see on the web page, on the websites also that most of the persons have done the work onto this by using a Flipkart as a basic examples. So any doubt with this? Buddy, any doubt? Okay, so these are the references that I have taken, and wait for the things to come. Now, if I ask you, just wait. If I ask you to take other factors from the web page, then how you're going to do that? Suppose I want you to do the web scraping similar Flipkart. Okay. I think it's open already. Let me check. Yeah. No. Yeah, it's there. Now, if I ask, I want this thing, name, I want this price, I want this rating also. How you're going to do that? How you are going to do that? Similar thing, right click onto it, click on inspect. Once you click on inspect, you will see you need to take the class of it, take the class and pass it as an attribute onto the similar exercise that we are doing like this. Okay, div.attribute class, pass this class, and the results will be there. Okay, let's do that also. So I need to have one ratings is equal to, I'm creating one list for it. Okay, then ratings is equal to a dot find that this thing. Now, what is the attribute for this? Is not going to be price. This is going to be the ratings. Yeah, you can see this. It's going to be ratings. A dot class. Now, what is the class of this? What is the class for ratings? See this? It's already done. Close it. Close this also. Some of the windows, every time I need to run that scraper, it open a new browser. So I'm closing that only. Okay, then in this, I'm going to inspect this. So this is the class. You can see the content is there. How I'm sure that this is the class? You can see the 4.3. That means content is there. You can copy this class. Once you copy this, you paste it here. Okay. Once you paste it, let me show you that results also. Ratings. Name it as rating basically. Ratings, print. I want to show this. A rating.text. Okay. Paste it here. Once you do this, now run. For that, first I need to run this. Then the logic part. Okay, it's running. Now run this. You can see name, price, and ratings. Do you see the beauty of this simple code that you have to do? It's very simple. It's very easy. Once you get the concept, the things are onto the right track for you to know and to get the data that you are having onto the web pages. Okay. Suppose similar kind of work. Along with this, I want this also. Let me get it. Wait. What's this? So I want to take the ratings and reviews also. This is here. Okay, span, this is here, and class is this. Take this. Okay. Now, similar thing, created one object. Suppose I'm naming it as RR is equal to this. Copy to this point, copy this all, and place it here. Then, after that, see to this part where it is inspect. It's saying that class is this. Okay. I'm going to this class, copying it and putting it onto the web page. This RR, paste it here. Once you do this, then similar thing, again, similar stuff, RR. I need to create one list for RRS. I'm naming it as this. Contains basically RRS. Then RRS append. Then RR.text and print RR.text. Let's see whether it's gonna work or not. There's some error. Okay, let's see what the error is. You see RRS is this append. RR is equal to this and attribute is this, class is this. Let's see that class is exactly the thing that we have to take. You need to look for it. That's why I'm saying that you need to be sure with the things when you click onto it. No? Just wait. This thing, I want to take it, inspect. See, this is there, and basically this thing. Okay, class is this. If I take this, then see what it's gonna show. I need to paste it here. Doing the task. Okay. RR.text, then print it, then run. Still there is some errors into it. Let's drop this. I think it will be better if you resist with that only. Okay. So there might be some errors in the I'm not taking the right class basically. This is gonna be the class because this is the class for all. Okay, then this is a span, then you have to look, this is a class for this. So these are the basic things that you need to look for when you are doing the codings now. These are the normal kind of errors that you always expect while you are doing. Plus the things are always learned with experience. You need to evaluate, you need to execute it every time. Okay, so this is all around the web scraping. And on the SnarkCube, if you have any question, the room is open. You can ask. Yes. Any questions? Do you want me to repeat any of the tasks? You can ask. Do you want me to repeat on SnarkCube? I can do that. I have a time, 30 minutes with me. If you want, we can do the task. Yeah. Are you listening? Is there anyone who can answer? Okay, then let's come to the SnarkCube again. if you have any doubt on the SNAR cube, then I can work onto the SNAR cube for you once again. Okay. So what was the thing that we have done? I told you this is SNAR cube. We downloaded the SNAR cube in the config file into the wrapper file. Okay. On the wrapper file, what you have to do, you need to specify this path. Okay. You need to specify the path for this. I've done it. Okay. Once you are done with it, you are running the scanner, and the scanner, you have this in the bin. In the config, you need to configure it. Put the properties here. This is called SNAR scanner properties. These are the attributes for the analysis. I'm naming the key as a demo Java projects. The sources are from the home directory. The dot indicate that's what is the use of this snar.java.binaries. Okay, suppose this is very useful. This is very useful to understand. Okay, if you are having, because I'm saying I'm having this demo Java projects, only one Java file. If I have multiple files, okay, multiple Java files, and I don't put this thing here, I don't put where it is, I don't put just wait. Okay, if I don't put close it, then in the SNAR scanner skew config, the config, this is the file. If I don't put this java.binaries, no, you are going to get an error. Let's see this thing. Okay, I'm putting it as a comment, so it's not going to be executed now. Okay, I'm taking it as a comment. Now try to execute the project with this SNAR queue. Okay, I need one Java. Suppose take this onto any. I have scanned. I have done the configuration for the scanner. I have done the configuration for the server. Now I want to go for Eclipse. Well, Eclipse workspace. These are some files I am having. And the source, this is, I'm having 2 Java files. I'm having 2 Java files. Now what I do, I open command prompt here. And when I open command prompt, because I want to run simple SNAR scanner for Java projects and show the output onto the SNAR queue. So just write SNAR scanner. You're going to get the error in this. Why I'm showing, please see this. Execute it. Once you execute it, you're going to get an output. You see, got an error. Rerun scanner using this command or debug it. What's a basic problem with that? 2 files indexed, and when it run this, see this information is very important. How the scanner is working. There is a code behind that. How it's going to be executed. Now, if you want to use it now, you need to read. Because errors are the errors. If you are running this, you are definitely going to many errors while you are running it. Because after so many, you need to be doing the practice for all this to get the error result. Because you learn when you get something, when you stuck into your, when you got stuck with something, and then only you are going to learn. So in this case, what the thing it is showing that if you read the error during SNAR scanner execution. Okay, so what it is doing, it is executing the SNAR scanner. So when it is executing, the analyzing exception is generated. Your project contains .java files. See this, it's written. Your project contains .java files. Please provide compiled classes with snar.java.binaries property. So this java.binary is required. Okay, that is what I was saying. If you have the multiple files and you want to analyze it, because if I'm saying that just execute it, if you don't write that java.binaries.properties, java.bytesnar.java.binaries, the things are not going to work. So see this. So how to fix this error? Let me first close this. How to fix this? I don't want to. I am not. Let's see this first. Java.binary, save it. Now, once you save that and you run it onto the, let's close this, and I have going for my Java folder, Eclipse, basically where my Java projects are. This is also one thing. This is just one Java file. Let's see me other. This PC, C, users, GNDU, this Eclipse workspace. This is Eclipse workspace. Try code metric, source, 2 Java files. This is the 2 Java files. Simple command to run that sonar.bat. To run the scanner is just cmd here, then write sonar -scanner.bat. Okay. Now, if you think, let me show you one more thing. If you think I will forget, I will get forget what to type, what to write here. Now the thing is, if you see this bin folder, in bin folder there are some window batch file, sonar scanner. This is the file I am running basically, sonar.bat. This file is being run from command prompt. Okay, are you getting? So don't get confused. There is nothing to remember with all this. All the things are around you. Okay, you just need to look and choose the things. Just kind of small remembering in terms of. It's not like not like that you need to cram anything. Because it's very hard to cram all the things. There are so many things to remember. Okay, so you can't cram, but you need to only concentrate and focus on the things. Now, when you execute it, previously we are getting errors. Now, see what the things we are getting. One more thing in the output I want to show you. Okay. Now see this. I want to see the output. On this. This is for Jenkins. This is for our projects. Okay. Demo.java projects code. These are the 2 files are there. Okay, you can see these 2 files are run. Okay, Java projects, demo Java projects. Now, if it is failing because, let me close this first. Close, because I've already run it onto a smaller kind of. Here only one file. Its parameters are a bit higher. Now make it as, name it as demo2. Demo J2, okay, Java project 2. Save it. Once you save it, again run it from the folder where you are having the Java files. Type the command sonar scanner.bat. So execution success. Okay, so the execution is now success. I want to see this output where it is demo J2. You see this. Okay, code 2 files. One is for add num. Some code is written there. 5 code smells, 3 code smells. Again, similar kind of views you are going to get. These are the metrics. These are all the things you are having. Now, one more thing that I want you to look for. Please read this. Okay, while the scanner is running, it is showing how it works. You see this 0 file ignored because of SCM ignore setting. We haven't ignored any of the file. Next, quality profile for Java. It's Sonarway. Now, what is it? This Sonarway, from where it is coming? Okay, this is the quality profile. You said this is the standard. Okay, if this is going to be Java, this rules, if my file satisfy these rules, then I'm going to say that I'm going to say the quality is high. Okay, so you are basically setting the standards. That is what I was talking about earlier in the morning when I was discussing on the software quality. Basically, you set some standard because the quality is to be measured with respect to something. Some standards need to be defined. So that is what we have defined here. So this quality profiles for Java Sonarway. Now where this Sonarway is, okay, see this, these are the quality profiles. This is the Sonarway. Okay, this is all our Sonarways. For Java is also this. For Java project it is running. You see this is the Java profile and built-in Sonarway 468 rules. Click on it. See this, what the rule they have defined. You can see this, read it. Okay, so you can add your own, you can create your own quality profiles. You can create your own rules and add it, make them as a quality profiles. So now you are going to say, I will suppose somebody say I can compromise on the maintainability, but I'm not comfortable in compromising with the other factors like security, like reliability, then other factors like duplications. You set some standards for that. Okay, so you can do this thing with this SonarCube also. I think it's going to be a very good learning if you do this task by your own. Okay, and for you people, I will be sharing all these things with you, all the slides, and so that you can have, because there are a lot of things that some path settings are there. If you missed one, you are not going to execute the SonarCube in the right manner. Okay. So basically, if you are running the Sonar, there are two things when you are doing in the simple execution of the job. One is Sonar Scanner, another one is Sonar Server, SonarCube Server. Okay, the first setting is onto the SonarCube Server, and all other is on the other part. Now let's see if. Let me show you this also. If you have this Jenkins, now. Suppose this configure, I've already created this file. Suppose you don't want to give a path for the URL. Let's see, if you miss this, what the thing's gonna happen? Build it. Is it gonna run? No, you will get an error. Definitely. Now, how to read this error? Okay, go to console output, read this. Okay, why the error has occurred? Git repository URL is empty string. You have selected that I am passing the Git repository, but you forgot to place the link for that. Okay, check out the required and the valid URL, repository URL. So whenever you are getting any error, don't get upset with that. Read the error. Errors are self-explanatory. This is the beauty of the tools that we are having around. Many good things, because you can see how well they have documented this thing. If you are getting in how well they have coded that thing, this thing is going to be there, then you are going to show this kind of error. So you can see the beauty of all these things. So don't get upset when you are getting any kind of error while you are running these Jenkins and all these tasks. So again, I want to go and configure it. Okay, if I pass this, Control V. If for example, if I don't have nothing to pass, but in the bottom I have set some kind of these this analysis properties. Now I haven't specified any source. Now try to build it. Is it gonna run? Is it gonna run? Read the errors or read the executions that you are getting basically. Okay, if it's going to run, it don't have anything to show. It don't have anything to show. You can see this code. There is nothing. This. No. This is the older thing. Let me change the name first. Okay. Back to dashboard. This GitHub. This is the thing. Configure. Okay. Let me give you this name. Save. Now build it. That was the overall evaluation that you were seeing. The files that are already executed, that are already existing. Okay. Now newer code, the newer code, we haven't added any new code to it, but the previous were existing there. So if you open it now, please wait, let me close all other. Now open it now. Okay. See this. Okay, it is taking the files, add Java, hello Java, myfile.java, because I have specified the source as a dot. It is taking the files from that place. Okay, but if I want to take it as a source management repository, I need to pass this thing here. And moreover, yeah, this advanced customer space workspace, you can also give the address for that specific file that you want to run from here also. Okay, now if you save it and run it, it will run. You can build it, the results will be shown. Yeah. So this is all about SonarQube. This is all about web scraping. Okay, I hope you got some learning from this, and I hope if you continue with this learning, you will do a good work into the domain of this software testing and the software evaluation and the software mining of the software repository and development of the software things. So any questions? This is all from my side. This is very lengthy and kind of marathon session that we have today. It's a 2-hour session that we have discussed many of the things, starting from SonarQube, Jenkins, SonarQube, GitHub, and then the basic work on one part of web scraping. I think this is all from my side. If you have any question, you can ask. Otherwise, it's fine. Yes, any question? The room is open for questions, and moreover, if any one of you are working in the domain of this, I will be very happy to help him in his work and her work. I'm open for the collaborations also, because I have some of the work into this domain. And moreover, if you want certain kind of things that that you want to know how to use these kind of tools, many of the materials can be available on the official websites of these tools, and even on some online also. You can also download some of the material, but still, to understand the things, it requires the effort if you take. And moreover, by attending these kind of hand-on session, I think it's going to be very good if you try to execute the same things by your own. Okay, so that's all. Thank you all. Have a nice day. It's all from my side. Thanks.